Somewhere in the past, the timeline skewed into this tangent.
Welcome to Pus and Mucus Purgatory, y'all.
Welcome to Pus and Mucus Purgatory, y'all. What is going on? Welcome to yet again. We seems like we're just here not that long ago. Welcome back to 2025 ThanksKilling address. Professor Spira's annual ThanksKilling address. This is the time of year when I like to kind of come together and support each other in this time of of things getting cold and frozen and bad snowstorms. It's only a coincidence, I'm sure, that a big part of the North America is going to be hit with some really bad weather, some pretty cold, deep freeze weather. And it seems like it happens this way almost every year around this time. So it's almost like there's a correlation between humans doing something so diametrically opposed to nature and the world in which we live, our environment, the ecology. But no, that's superstitious. It's easier to talk about the government controlling the weather than to take responsibility for the fact that we have so much more control over the reality than we think we do. But when it comes to the weather, how we feel, where we're at, there's so many things that we control, but people like to put themselves in the victim space where we're always victims and it's always this or that. And it's like, no, you're a victim of your own stomach. You're a victim of your colon. We're victims of not being able to control what we put into our body, not being able to control what we're eating. That is the real victimhood. The real problem in our reality is not being able to control what we put into our body. And this is the time of year where we really celebrate gluttony. This is the celebration of gluttony. You start with the celebration of death at the Halloween, the end of October, then now the end of November. This continues the celebration of death to the point where let's give thanks. Let's give thanks for colon cancer. Let's give thanks for brain fog and chronic fatigue. And let's give thanks for mass murderers and rapists and serial killers. Let's give thanks to the behavior that made all of that possible, because there is no rapist without the eating of pus and mucus forming foods. There is no school shooting without the eating of pus and mucus forming food at the foundation. There's no mental illness without the eating of pus and mucus forming food. That's the foundation of all of this madness. And on a day like today, that's mired in so much ridiculousness, lies. Go to school and they got this, the Pilgrims and the Native Americans. And I grew up in that nonsense. It's so nice. Look, we're holding hands and it's love. Everybody came together. We shared a meal. We became companions. We broke bread. And that's big lie. That's a big fantasy. But if you're going to have a culture, you have to. Had a professor told me this years ago. It was like, anytime you see culture, mythology is involved. There is no culture without mythology. So if you're going to create a death culture that's drenched in pus and mucus, then you're definitely going to create some pretty good mythology, some pretty good tall tales. You get your, get your Paul Bunyan out, and of course, ThanksKilling. And so this is by far, of all of the different holidays that they celebrate, that's really a representation of the pus and mucus lifestyle and mentality and reality, this is the day, for me, is the worst of all of them. This is just, it's based on a lie, the foundation of the whole ThanksKilling, the pilgrims and the Native Americans shared a meal. It's like, oh, that didn't happen. I mean, there's no evidence to suggest that happened that way. And it's just, but to try to create this whole thing to make people feel as if that this is normal. So we're going to give thanks for our bounty, and then people will tell me, well, it's about family. It's about family. Why do we want to celebrate watching our loved ones or participating in everybody digging their own graves with their teeth? It's like in the cemetery with your teeth, digging your hole deeper and deeper. Why do we want to do that? I would rather, as I've done almost I've been practicing the Mucusless Diet Healing System over 23 years, and a good chunk of that time, a good 20 years out of maybe 23 years, I've fasted on and around ThanksKilling. And that just became just, okay, if we have to create our own rituals, we had to create our own celebrations, our own. And so for me, it's like just the act of, on a day of where gluttony is worshipped. This gluttony is literally worshipped on this day. To do the diametric opposite of what everybody's doing, stuffing himself blind, just paying no mind to the pain and the suffering that they've just added to their physiological karmic debt. Got this concept of physiological karma. Every bite of dead animal flesh is some pain and suffering that you're going to have to deal with. Not immediately. You're high, you're poisoned. Your body is trying to figure out, whoa, let's go. Let's go to Walmart. Let's go see if we can trample somebody with the Black Friday. Let's do that. Let's hit the clubs tonight. That's what happens initially. But sooner or later, you can no longer go to the bathroom. My kidneys aren't really, I got some kidney stones, or the doctor says I need to take some medicine to help, and my blood pressure is through the roof, and it's genetic. Parents used to have that, so it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm eating. It's genetic. It was passed down. The lies, the mythology, again, that's more mythological lies that people tell themselves in the world of pus and mucus eating. The lie of genetics, the lie of it runs in the family. No, eating runs in the family. Eating the same wrong, unnatural foods runs in the family. That's what's running in the family. Not you were born, and you can be born, yes, with genetic weaknesses that can be eliminated if you're on the right path, eating the right stuff, transitioning yourself out of that. Yeah, you can overcome weaknesses. We're in such a pathological state that it is more and more common for babies to be born with diseases already. That's not normal. That's not supposed to be like that, where a baby is born and it already has chronic illness immediately, or some kind of issue that is based in constipation. As Eric says, all disease, no matter what name it is known by medical science, is constipation, the clogging up of the entire pipe system of the human body. Now, you have a big meal. Say, okay, you have the ThanksKilling meal. Then, well, now for the folks that didn't pass out and fall asleep, now you maybe once you get over that initial food coma, now you want some action. So you go get some action. 9 months later, here comes a child. And what's up with this child? Well, this child is born with some mucus problems, with all kinds of mucus. It's crying immediately, coming out crying, and mucus all over the place. And then the doctor just does something, and they're like, oh, they diagnose it with something. Like, oh, well, this baby's got that, or we need to do this procedure. And then, bring in the can I even use the V word? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I've had to delete over 50 videos on this channel because of the V word. Doctor comes, come on in. Let's see if we can pump this baby with as much poison as possible. Let's see if it survives. It's a 50-50. It's a coin toss. We'll see. And if it does, then hey, down in a couple years, we'll diagnose it with ADHD. We're gonna get money out of you. We're gonna get you into our system of medicine, and when there's side effects, we're gonna get you more medicine to try to deal with the side effects, and we're just gonna get you in here. This is the modern day slavery. We're gonna get you in, get you on that. Whether people want to argue about the healthcare system. It's a death care system. The whole thing. And so, happy ThanksKilling. Let's see what's going on with y'all. Let me see what's up in the chat here. What's going on? Hey, Allie, how you feeling? Got Jeanette, what's going on? Happy fruit giving. Yes. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Someone's at, already starting getting questions. Why don't I like being called vegan? Well, I don't have a problem with anybody calling me something. It's more of a question of how do I identify myself. So if somebody wants to call me vegan, that's cool. I don't necessarily defend or say, oh, you got to call me this, but from my identity is that of somebody that practices the Mucusless Diet Healing System. So I'm a Mucusless Diet Healing System practitioner, which is a much more dynamic definition and dynamic concept than just being a garden variety vegan. There's overlap with vegan and raw vegans and fruitarians and vegetarians in the practice of the Mucusless Diet Healing System, because it's a inherently transitional system. And so for me, in the way that, and I encourage people, regardless of what you decide to call yourself or identify yourself, it's important to do so. It's important to know thyself, to be able to articulate. Somebody asks you, well, what do you do? Or how do you identify yourself? And I always like it when people have a creative, interesting answer to those type of questions. You get the people that are that'll have spiritual answers where they're like, oh, well, no, I'm spirit. I'm light. They go in that direction. You get the people more science minded, and they'll come up with some type of thing that sounds like kind of a nerdy kind of whatever using like, well, I'm a Homo sapien with the some type of stuff like that. But no, it's just identity, and I don't have a problem with people. They want to call me that or call me you can call me whatever, because that doesn't really have much to do with me. But the way I identify is I practice the Mucusless Diet Healing System. Let's see, we got a great interview with AO. Let's see, and Deborah, what's going on, Deborah? Saying vegan entails starch and pus foods and does not distinguish away from mucus formers. Yeah, I mean, Mucusless Diet Healing System is a sophisticated system. It's an actual system where veganism is identity. It's an identity that has very many different factions. And so there's some that will argue that it's the preeminent part of being vegan is the animal rights dynamic and the animal cruelty and moving away from that. And that's where you get I call those the Oreo cookie vegans. That's like the Oreo cookie and Impossible Burger vegans, where it's like, forget health. Like we're not here for that. We're just, we care about the animals. We don't want to hurt them. But I'll still treat my body like a trash receptacle. So there's that. And that, of course, it's pretty popular. That's a lot of people that are that variation of vegan. Then you start to get into all these different variations and people that believe in different belief systems. Once you get into some of the calorie theory people and where the 80-10-10 stuff, and there's a lot of different avenues that goes down. But yeah, that is what's going on. Karen, my man JC in the house. Yeah, no one runs. Yeah, no one runs in the family. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, definitely let me know how you're doing over here in the chat. This is an opportunity to plug in with all of you and just celebrate life, the life culture. That we have to do it. What's the cliche? We're the ones we've been waiting for. We're it, because no one else is going to do it. No one else is going to come out here and really practice this. Really do this work, because it is work. It's hard work, but to me, it's the most important work that we can do as humans on this planet, is pursue physiological liberation, because everything else follows after that. The concept of humans being the crown of creation. Well, if that's true, then the crown has all kinds of feces and slime all over it. We got to clean the crown up. And when we do, all the other species can elevate, because that's what people don't understand. I hate these. You get these carnivore people that, this animal goes out here. They're trying to talk about animals that are carnivores and eat the other dead animals and stuff. And I'm always like, well, first and foremost, what I want to see you do, if you want my respect, jump on the back of the animal that you're going to eat, sink your big canine teeth into its neck, kill it, or you're with your jaw that is really, really strong, with your alligator jaw, break its neck or something, and then feast. You start eat don't cook anything, just eat it. You have to kind of rip the skin off probably a little bit, and then get into its gut. And just as most of these animals, the carnivore animals actually do, go for the gut first. Go and start. So you're going to get into those intestines and eat the partially digested fecal matter of the animal. Like, if you're going to do that, you gain my respect. as a carnivore, if you're really gonna really live that life. But all this like buying stuff at a store, like what's that? You're buying, but you didn't even kill it yourself out in the field somewhere or sink your teeth in, and then don't be trying to use tools. Don't use, that's not natural. Don't use a gun or a bow and arrow, or don't do that. Just like go do this thing for real. But yeah, no, it's this is that time when people really let the idiocy just fly. And I always get these we'll watch a couple videos here. Let's do the entire screen. And this is one that was sent my way. Hold on, is the audio? Let me try this real quick. All right, so this is worth the wait here. You have to let me know if the audio, when the audio is okay playing it. I might have to mute my microphone.
Turkey one day. One guy humped a shackled turkey one day. Another time, another worker was putting his fingers in a turkey's cloaca, which is basically her.
Now what? You were shoving this in it too, weren't you? I shouldn't have.
Okay, so let's break this down, everybody. So this is very normal, and this is so much insanity happens at these places, these torture chamber slaughterhouses. And so we have folks that are
cloaca, which is basically her.
I mean, what was that man eating? It's not fasting. I did a 10 lemon enema today. They didn't do that. This is pus and mucus reality right here.
Now what?
What's happening in Hormel?
You were shoving this in it too, weren't you? I shouldn't have.
So this is basically welcome to America. Well, welcome to Earth. And people wonder why they suffer so much at the end of their lives or throughout their entire life. They wonder why they're in the hospice, not being able to breathe, suffocating on their own mucus, with intense pain, the need to amputate limbs, all of the different ways that Mother Nature, when you break the rules so thoroughly, it's just kind of like, look, like what do we have to do to you to get you to start to do the right thing, to just abide by the rules? We're not saying you got to be a saint or you got to go where there's no kind of whatever. Some people go down those roads with the prayers and you go to the monastery and be a nun and or whatever. It's fine. Well, it's not fun if you're still breaking natural laws and you're in there, with all kinds of still eating this, because there's priests and nuns that are eating this. This could have been the meal for some priest or nun somewhere. So don't get that twisted. For those of you that could get that twisted, but we have to break this down. And one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about recently, I always have a few things that I'm contemplating and just philosophical ideas or things, but I like to work on an idea myself and really, really break it down and just contemplate it for weeks and months. And the recent concept that I've really been enjoying breaking down is the earth as a purgatory. I mean, you've seen videos where I'm talking about it, but it kind of, earth is these concepts of circles of hell. But interesting about earth is it's like this intermediary kind of plane of existence, because you can have people in the same plane of existence. You can experience some pretty high highs and some real pure, the actual pure joy that we're supposed to have. That's the base. That's supposed to be our baseline. And you can exist in that if you follow the rules and you learn how to do that. Or what most people, and it's messed up that we even have to learn how to do that, but because you're supposed to know how to do it. Just if you're born in the right kind of situation, just do that automatically. But most people are the other path. It's the path of the classic cycle of death, life and death, and people that are responding to and living lives that somebody else wrote for them. Most people don't live their own life. Most people are living a life that somebody else has already set up for you, kind of already organized it. And some people like that. That's like the happy slave, happy prisoner type of mentality and type of person, where they really love being controlled. They love being a slave. They love, and so when I see a lot of the kind of images and the things that I see on ThanksKilling, it's that to me. It makes me think of that real happy slave reality of people that really, really enjoy their slavery. And I want to I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is just a random search, as I like to do here. But let's take a look. So let's see. We have happy Thanksgiving. So nobody sitting here is thinking about that turkey that they have on their table. That could have been the turkey that man was graping. I have to use the word grape, I think. That's what I've seen other YouTubers do. So we're going to try not to get this video demonetized and torn down. So I will say the word grape, and you know what I'm talking about. So this turkey right here could have been graped before it was slaughtered. But the problem that I have is this wholesome. It's like framing this as wholesome. That's where you lose me. if this was framed properly, if this was framed as, look, we're psychopaths, we love blood, we love pain and suffering and death, and we understand that we're eating this way and it's going to lead to some type of cancerous situation or diabetic situation. We know that. We know that what we're eating right here is going to cause a lot of pain and suffering for us later, but we don't care because we want to be high now. We want to be slaves now. We want to be happy and have fake joy. That's not real joy. That's false positive. Because you can't have real joy when you're breaking all these rules and you got so much that you're going to have to deal with. So much reparations that you're going to have to pay. So that's what irritates me the most about this, probably about this holiday. It's this wholesome crap. This like family. It's like, oh, it's wholesome where everybody's happy. It's like that turkey was raped. That's going to be the theme for today. I want graped. Sorry. Just every time you see a turkey on the table, I want you to think about that image of a guy in the slaughterhouse just making love. Is that what that is? Making hate to a turkey? It's welcome. Welcome to reality. Welcome to how things actually are. Why people don't like having these conversations, because it's uncomfortable. But welcome. This is what we got happening here. It's all, I guess, half these images are probably is AI generated stuff. See, it's like these are like actors or something, but just that look, that happy, the happiness, the ignorance. It's like the blissful ignorance is that level. That's what irritates me, because it's whatever people choose to do is what they choose to do. I don't care. Hey, once you know that what you're doing is wrong and you still do it, hey, has nothing to do with us at that point. Like once somebody has been informed and the information has come past their desk, they had an opportunity to look at it, and once they say, no, I don't like that, then you're absolved, in my opinion. You're, as part of your physiological karmic debt is to pass this information along, in my opinion, or at least for me, that's been part of the reparations is you got to share this, receive for the sake of sharing. You got to share, but you have to share without disconnected from an outcome. So people call it outcome independence. So so I share freely, but I don't have any illusion that everybody's going to drop everything and like, oh, wow. Yeah. That even for people that say, I hear that all the time. Oh, that makes sense. Still don't do it. People still, like we've been talking about this for years and years and years. And they're like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. How many times I've heard that. And that's more because over the years, as I've gotten better talking about the diet to people, I can walk up to somebody on the street and I can frame it in such a way where I don't get those real negative kind of reactions that I used to get back in the day. Or I'll see some people get if they come at people the wrong way. Like that just doesn't even happen anymore. I can't even think of the last time that happened. If I was talking to somebody in person and the topic of the diet comes up, I don't have that. That hasn't happened to me in years and years, that like real negative kind of reaction. But to me, that it's important to learn, for everybody to learn how to do that, because again, that kind of absolves us of that particular part of the sin of, you share the information. And you don't, and one of the reasons that I put together all of the stuff that I did put together with the website, mucusfreelife.com, and the YouTube channels and all the Instagram and all that stuff, is to give you the resources to refer somebody to. So you don't have to sit there and try to educate somebody. It's just pique their interest and then refer them to the Mucusless Diet book or the Mucus-free Life membership program or whatever. But that is an important piece, is the sharing, and there's an art to that, to figure out how and when to do it. And and those are topics, those are some advanced type of topics we talk about in the membership program. And I guess this would be a good pitch or time to pitch the membership program, the Mucus-free Life membership program. If you are not yet a member, I encourage you and invite you to look down below. There should be a link to join. And this is an opportunity to really join and connect. This isn't just about, you pay a couple bucks and then you don't do anything. It's like, no, you come in and you're immediately part of a support system and group of people that are serious about practicing the Mucusless Diet Healing System. And this is so hard to do by yourself. If you have no support, there's nobody near you that respects what you're doing or likes what you're doing, and you're doing it and you're getting results, you're feeling better, you're losing weight, the headaches are going away, the back pain is going away, the joint pain is going away, all the benefits are there. But people don't care about that. They want you to come with them to the bar, in the club. They want you to come, well, take a break from that diet stuff. Come to the pizza parlor with us. Come hang out. They want their pus-eating friend. They don't want the new you. And so to deal with that, it's very helpful to have a group of people that totally understand what you're going through, where you're at, and what's going on. And so I invite you to join the Mucus-free Life membership program. And I would do so before price goes up. We got another price raise coming up. We're going to be doing some things. We got a whole bunch of stuff happening, and there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. A couple really big projects that are being developed. One of those is that you'll see sooner than later is a Transition Diet 101 course, which is something that's going to be free for humanity. It's kind of the next sort of where people need this, as we look out there and we see, it's like, okay, there's a bridge that needs to be gapped between when people get introduced to the Mucusless diet and then when they read the book. And I was resistant to this at first because I was kind of in denial about how dim humanity has become from a intellectual standpoint, and just like things really have gone into that. If you've seen the movie Idiocracy, it really is like that. I mean, it's hard for me to accept that, because everything, when you get into apps, it's like everything has to be real. It's like it's stuff is made for children. It's kind of kidized. I'm sure there's a good word for this. It's real adolescent kind of kid stuff, and it'll be on apps for adults, but it'll be like you're a sixth grader or something. Just all a bunch of colors and all this little cartoons and this stuff, and so it's not necessarily doing that at this point. But the point is, I understand we're just in this period of time where a lot of people don't know what to do with a book. A lot of people, I'm sure there's probably the illiteracy levels are up. And even if you give somebody the audiobook, that's the other problem, is this short attention span period, or this phenomenon where people can't focus on something for more than 15 seconds or 10 or 15 seconds, the length of a TikTok or something like that. That's a massive problem, but that's the reality. So people don't know how to sit down and do an hour and a half lecture or an hour presentation, or it's like those days. Unless somebody is a little bit more into the thing or they understand it a little more, you're fighting against a lot of, it's like an uphill battle. But it's all, again, the foundation of all that stuff is pus eating, pus and mucus eating, because when you're not stimulated like that, there's going to be, everybody's be a little different with the type of media that you end up consuming. But generally speaking, a lot of I don't know a whole lot of Mucusless diet practitioners that spend the kind of time on TikTok that a pus and mucus eater spends on there. And I couldn't deal with it. First of all, every day I try to post a video on there and they take it down immediately. I'm like, I'm not cussing. No one's naked. No one's twerking, doing anything sexual with anybody. We're just kind of warning people, if you eat this, you're going to die, kind of stuff. Nope. That's not, they would prefer twerking. They would prefer that kind of stuff on that TikTok platform. Which again, that is an excellent platform to help create the idiocracy, to get that brain rot reality, to make that happen. But when you have people that have grown up with that, and where that's normal for you, if you're young enough to where you were young and you had TikTok, you need to come join the membership, and we're going to put you on an electronic device cleanse, a cell phone. We're going to the flip phone challenge. It's like lock that smartphone in a lockbox, and we're going to get you a flip phone. We might even get you a landline at the house, and you use that. Get you a landline with the messenger thing, with the answering machine on it, that. But that for people, but I mean, we're kind of joking, but that's actually kind of serious. If you're younger and you don't know what it's like to be disconnected like that, then you're going to want to visit that. You don't have to live there or like change your life forever. Like, well, I'll never have a phone again or that kind of thing. It's like, no, but you should fast electronically and experience what that's like. Like, you experience what that's like to go weeks or months or just to go long periods of time with no smartphone, with that, just that click, that stimulation, that dopamine hit at the click of a button. It's like that totally reshapes your brain, and it's there's so much work to do in 2025. Things are just really, really, they are what they are right now. Let's go check what's going on. Danny, the bestiality. Exactly. That's the reality, that people want to ignore it. Like it's not like that's some outlier, when that's every slaughterhouse around in the country, around the world. That's the rule, not the exception. Because who are you going to get to work there? Are you going to get to work at the slaughterhouse? Is it going to be some some kind of educated, good, for folks that are morally straight, and is that going to be that, or is it going to be the folks that you can pay, especially when you're not paying them anything, you're paying them peanuts? So are you going to attract the best of humanity, or maybe the worst of humanity? And yeah, that video's a bit rough, but that is that is the reality that we've been dealt. Yeah, sickening that it is even allowed. Yeah. I mean, that every time people start talking about when they want to, well, we should lower or raise the age when people can have tobacco and alcohol, and it's like weed is illegal. There's people doing life in prison because they're in the wrong place in the wrong time with a little bit of weed on them. Now, I'm not, those of you know me, I'm no advocate of marijuana, coffee, pharmaceutical medications, alcohol. I don't want none of it. But I don't think that pus-eating zombies should have any say in what you choose to do with your body. Put in, put out. I'm kind of a radical. If it doesn't hurt other people, if you want to hurt yourself, I'm kind of in the camp of you do you. If you want to hurt yourself, but if you're hurting other people, and then as the consciousness grows, you elaborate that out to animals. So if you're going to hurt yourself or if you're going to hurt other people or other beings, then you might need to go lay down for a minute in a prison type. That's where our rehabilitation centers that I look forward to designing, because I can guarantee, we've talked a lot about that on this channel, my rehabilitation center will actually help rehabilitate people. Go ahead, give me the funding and give them to me. And I guarantee you, I can guarantee you total transformations of whoever you send the worst in, and we got something for them that actually help transform them. But it's this idea of you can go away for the rest of your life potentially because you have a little bit of marijuana in your pocket. But when people are sitting around the table laughing, drinking alcohol, eating turkey that's been graped, and eating and pig, it's like, what's the problem? And I like there was something that came up that was, there's on Instagram, I think I've talked about them before, the Elwood, was that the Elwood farm? Let me see here. Yeah. So this, see, I like this. I enjoy this because this shows, one, how stupid people are because they think this is real. But this is basically an Instagram page where they act like they raise dogs to slaughter for people to eat. And people literally think that this is real, and they get on there and they'll say like, oh, we're gonna kill you, type, they try to that kind of stuff. See, that dogs make great, that dog meat, because if you eat pig or cow, Why not dog? Why is a dog so special that you're going to choose to not eat the dog or the cat, but lamb chops are cool, cow chops are cool, pig chops, all that stuff is great. So just right there, you have the problem. There's a big hole in your bucket right there. Just in terms of the logic. But this is funny to me, this whole page where they Elwood's table. Let me see if we can find some of these comments where people think it's real. Those are hilarious. Because people still haven't figured this out. Oh, here's, how'd you hear about us? I'm Daniel. I'm reaching out to your distinguished organization to discuss about. Oh, Campbell Soup Company. Yeah, that's a joke. Looking forward to seeing everyone's dog roasts tomorrow. Please tag us, because that's the whole piece that the Hormel or one of these would do that, where tag us on your family dinner and your show us your turkey spread and all that kind of stuff. But these are, let me see if there's any funny comments. Oh no. I mean, a lot of people have kind of got it now. They've sort of figured it out, but there's still, every once in a while, there'll be a comment that's just hilarious, or a whole series of comments, because people think it's real, and they'll be like, "Oh, we're gonna take your." Was this the dog taxidermy workshop? Dog bacon, pug bacon is delicious, yet folks try to make us feel bad for producing it. They say this delicious food isn't worth hurting animals, or that the bacon we're making isn't the right kind of bacon, that it's bad bacon and we're dog murderers. As always, we're recommitting ourselves to our farm, both to our values and our beliefs. We know bacon is great. Can't argue with that. We know we're carrying on a family tradition, and we know we're doing things the right way, locally, organically, and we're a family. Like I'm amused by that. Like, I like this kind of approach. I'm not. Yeah, I think there's certain vegan campaigns that are more effective than other ones. There's some you're going to lose people if you're too. There's a way to like this is going to get in somebody's head, especially when they don't know, and because this is more like a Zen type of kind of thing where you once you realize what they're doing, you can't unsee it. You can ignore it and you can try to move on with your life and ignore it, but it will have always messed with you a little bit, where just for that moment where it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense the way that we have the turkey celebrate the killing of the turkeys. And in fact, that makes me think about today was the pardoning day. I wonder if Trump, did he pardon a turkey today? These silliness. You can't take this place serious. we're gonna pardon. I won't play the audio to try not to get a copyright. So this, but this is supposed, and then so some people they'll laugh at it like, oh, ha ha ha, that's so funny, or it's just sick and demented constipation. It's a celebration of constipation all day. And this is just like, doesn't even know what's happening. It's just like, man, this is. And I get for that turkey, he's like, well, at least I'm not getting graped right now. But you killed my brother. It's just all this, this celebration of constipation just irks me. Just a celebration of pure buffoonery, ignorance. The amount of just, I mean, when you just think about just one congressman, one politician, the amount of stench that's trapped in their colon and GI tract and stomach. Just the stench from one politician's insides would clear a stadium. You got hundreds of these people in here that are filled to the gills with parasites, pus, mucus, and they're the ones making decisions that affect your life, and you're okay with that. You're good with it. You're like, really, like, you taking this thing seriously. It's a big joke to me. Well, it's the tragedy, as Eric called it, the tragedy of nutrition. And this is literally part of the tragedy. What we're talking about today is the tragedy, because the real tragedy is the ignorance. It's not being able to connect that eating this stuff that has no business. I haven't eaten turkey in over 23 years. Am I missing out on life? Am I deficient in something? Am I, what's the problem? Because anybody with a little sense of reason, probably shouldn't use that word, what Eric was saying, that humans have lost their reason. But with just a little bit of reason, if you could survive without eating dead animals and have a better life, how do you define better? Well, I would submit that a better life would be one with less disease. So if we can agree that a better life would be a life free of disease, or at least with less disease, then perhaps we could agree that a life without disease-causing foods, such as turkey, would be a better life. Now, these are just basic, just have a little Socratic discussion, but you can do this with yourself. You don't have to read a book. This is the logic that everybody should actually be armed with as humans. Everybody should have this. This isn't something that you had to read books, should be, or you had to read a bunch of books to try to get this little nugget of logic and wisdom. It's very clear. If you want better, if having a life of less suffering is better, and you have a choice when you know that you have a choice. If you know that you are going to eat this, and maybe right now you're addicted to it, but you know that you are sacrificing long-term health for short-term getting high, then okay. Then you can accept being an addict, being addicted to substances that are poisonous, that are going to harm you, that'll eventually kill you. Once you do that, we can have a logical discussion. But what most people do is they get lost on the path of protein theory and vitamin theory and nutrients, and they get hoodwinked by that. If you want to talk about scams, because you can't have, because what that simple, logical, reasonable discussion that I just had, that actually shows you how simplistic this all is. At the end of the day, it's very simple. They try to inject all this extra nonsense into that, to where this B12 theories and these protein theories and your vitamin C and D with the sun, and put all this stuff in there, and now it makes it harder to have that type of real clear, reasonable, logical discussion with yourself, because now they want to try to put you. It can't just, if you don't eat this way, it's better. They want to try to fool you and convince you, well, if you don't eat that, then you're going to become deficient and you will have a worse life. That's what they're trying to sell you. But that's also the lie that people try to tell themselves because they're addicted to foods like this. Because if I'm right, in my 23 years of being on this path, or Brother Ayer's 45 years, or if any of that is correct, then that would mean that you're not supposed to eat what you're addicted to, that you're not supposed to eat the dead animal flesh, that there's consequences. There's consequences to this kind of behavior. Once you clean yourself up and you go back and you look at this, it's just like, there's nothing about anything on here that's appealing. Nothing's making my mouth water. There's just this is not food. Why would I want to eat this? There's nothing food about this. It's like, I mean, but you got to clean yourself up to get to that. I understand if you're not there and you're still looking at this kind of like, I don't know what he's talking about. It's like, because some people be like, I don't really approve of the graping of the animal, but I will eat it. Which even that is messed up logic too, where it's like, okay, well, I mean, what's the difference if you're going to kill it? You got these guys that'll pleasure themselves with it, whether they and that shocks people. But there's worse things that people do to these animals, unfortunately, because there's all those videos that you can find of the real physical torture and the knifing them up and whipping them and just cutting off ears and gouging out eyes and just anything you can imagine. And when I see that, where my mind goes, I was talking about part of the circles of hell and hell loops. I've been really contemplating the concept of hell loops, and just kind of free of a lot. There's certain media and things where I like the way that they've portrayed that stuff in certain forms of media, but I've just been thinking about that and seeing the kind of hell loops that people put themselves in on this plane of existence, to the point where you get me questioning, to what extent is this plane of existence, there's plenty of hell right here on this plane of existence. But again, the interesting thing is you can have both here. It's like this duality, where a lot of people, they want to try to, it's like they try to get in the middle, but it doesn't. It's hard to stay there. You can't, this middle concept in terms of the hell and the, you don't necessarily want that part you don't want that middle path. I don't think, you don't necessarily want that, but because I'm into the joy part, but a stimulant-free joy. See, I'm happy right now. I feel great. I haven't eaten in several days. I did a 10 lemon enema right before starting this call, this live stream. If I remember, it's a long time ago, but I remember how I felt after eating the ThanksKilling meal or the Christmas meal or any of those big gluttonous meals. It was the anticipation of it, and then the act of gluttony itself, of just stuffing and stuffing and stuffing, and it that kind of created this just dopamine rush and this kind of thing. But as soon as we're done, then then if you're me, I'm still trying to like continue to stuff past the point of where I should have stopped eating a long time ago, but I'm still kind of, but then it's done. Like, now you don't feel good anymore. Now you're just stomach, and you're getting tired, or a headache could be there or something. You're literally drunk, just gone, and just, and then here comes the Pepto-Bismol. It's like you start getting that little bit of acid in your throat, so-called heartburn, and then you reach for the whatever kind of Pepto-Bismol and whatever Mylantas and all, just stuff, and then you sit there and in a drunken stupor, and then maybe after a couple hours, stuff has kind of went down, and it's like, well, let me just get one more piece of pie, get a piece of pie, then go to Black Friday and see who gets trampled. Go have fun with the trampling. The absurdity. And so that's one of my missions, has been to try and expose the absurdity of that reality, of that pus and mucus based reality, because people have just come to accept it like this is normal, this is how things are, and our ancestors did a certain thing, and our parents and the parent, it's like all of these lies that people tell themselves to try to hold on to that reality. But once you take the glasses off and you're like, oh, wait a minute, this whole thing has been a lie. This whole thing has been a scam, we don't have to live this way. We don't have to think this way. And for me, that's the path to freedom. But I understand for a lot of people, you could go have like a nervous breakdown, or kind of with that level of reality shift, you start to get to a point where your whole world can feel like it's falling apart. That's why we have the Mucus-free Life membership program to help you. And if you go through a situation like that where everything starts falling apart, in terms of you're seeing through the matrix, you're seeing through the nonsense, all of this nonsense when you understand that you don't have to eat this. None of that. It's like you totally extract it from your reality. But within the context of the Mucusless Diet Healing System, we have an actual system that can allow you to permanently transform your physiology so you make it impossible to go back to eating that way. That's what a lot of the vegans are missing, is they don't have a system. And if people are trying to do things based on their willpower or a sense of a love of animals, or I feel sorry for them, I don't want to eat them anymore. For some people that start off a little bit more empathetic, that can work as a way in. The majority of people are not that. For the majority of people, you have to treat them like psychopaths when it comes to this information. And what does a psychopath do? They are only going to be moved to action when there is self-interest. They could care less about the suffering of these animals. They could care less about the animals getting raped, or the animal, or the disease and the squalor and they don't care unless they realize, oh, wait a minute, but my life can be better not eating these things. My life can be better. I can live longer. Now you have the psychopath's attention, where they're like, oh, because I don't care about, I care, they don't care about the suffering of humans, much less animals. But now you got their attention. And, we talk like this because there's the clinical psychopath kind of stuff, but I have a theory of psychopathy, the way they talk about the spectrum, being on the spectrum. And everybody's a little psychopathic to exist in this reality. I don't care how big of a nun or you think you are, or a saint or whatever. You've stepped on a bug on accident at some point. If you sat down on a spider, you're not absolved. There's a certain level of that you just had to have to survive in this reality. And, sometimes I feel sorry for people because I'll meet people that are 100% empaths, like where they can't really control it at all. And it's just all feels all the time. And, that's you want to, it's like we have to protect those folks. If that's you, then get into the community so we can, we let us deal with the psychopaths out here. We want to kind of protect you in there because you can't reason with unreasonable people. You can't reason with the psychopath. The only way you get through to them again. And because what happens is oftentimes folks get sick, or feel like they're on their deathbed, or now they have a choice. Look at just an example that came to my mind would be somebody like Bill Clinton. I used to talk about him because all those years ago, for a period of time, he went vegan. Did he do it for love of animals? Heck no. He had massive heart attacks, and doctors basically, they told him the truth. They won't tell most people. they won't tell them, you got to change your diet. They told him, it was like, look, you're about to die. So if you can keep doing the McDonald's thing if you want, or improve your diet. And we're not even talking Mucusless Diet Healing System. We're talking like the starch solution or whatever was popular back then, going down that road, which still better than McDonald's and whatever is happening. But the point of that example is that you weren't going to go into President Clinton's office with videos of slaughterhouse videos and get him persuade him to be vegan. It ain't gonna work that way. Again, the psychopathic spectrum is very real, but this is actually a really good example. I had to make a whole video on it. But dude is about to die. I mean, and that's what it takes. It's like it takes so many people to get sick, to be on death's door, to take what we're saying seriously. I mean, it is what it is. That's part of the karma, I think. That's part of the physiological karma where you're deaf to it. The information that could help you, you're deaf to it until you're on your last chance. And then the realization comes. Then here comes the character arc of your life where, oh, the sickness. And what I always try to get people to do is don't rely on sickness for your transformation. Do it now. Pursue this information now. Check out the Mucusless Diet Healing System now. Start to do your lemon juice and distilled water enemas now. We're talking wisdom with that. And I know that's beyond the scope of what a lot of people are capable of, is to adhere to real wisdom teachings. Real wisdom teachings aren't going to be real complicated. They're not going to sound real. Is all these diet people out here, they like to use all this kind of terminology. And I know all the stuff that they're saying. And if I wanted to sound like that, I could talk like that, and the glycemic index and this and blood work and discussions, and I could do all that. That'd be a waste of time. That's not what we do because it's unnecessary. You just get yourself stuck deeper and deeper into that nonsensical reality. But it's just simple wisdom is all that's needed to really understand why you should choose this path and why it's so important to get started now instead of waiting until you're sick, waiting until you're going through an elimination. And the unfortunate thing is there's some people they're destined for that. That's like their fate is they're not going to really give this information a chance until they're in a compromised position. They find themselves in a hospital. They find themselves with a bad diagnosis. Then fruits and green leafy vegetables are starting to look a little bit more reasonable to them, starting to look a little bit better. That juicer and that blender starting to make a little bit more sense, as opposed to the whatever the carnivore people trying to do, or the camouflage fasting hoax of that. But that's what we're working with, and it's hard sharing this information with people that are really so resistant. And like I said, I've learned how to do it in such a way where the resistance really isn't there anymore. It's more just people not being in enough pain yet. And maybe the next 20 years, that could be the next level of persuasion that I can work on. When I'm talking to somebody, is like, let me see if I can, the next hump for me, I've gotten over the hump of like, I never get any kind of angry backlash or any of that. That's those years long ago. But I will get the people that are like, man, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then they seeking validation. They'll try to share what they're eating or what they've done, or, they'll want me to, it's like kind of pat them on. I was like, yeah, that's good. And it's They will keep doing that. Why do you know, it's usually something like, oh yeah, I cut out meat on Fridays and I do. It's like, oh, that's really good. Why don't you add a few more days of that? Why don't you just cut it out altogether? If you can do one day, then why can't you do 7 days? You know, if you can do 7 days, you can do a month. You know, it's that kind of thing. But all of that's part of the process. I'm a believer in giving people the space to transition. And that's what that looks like. It's still giving them the space. There's no pressure for me on none of this. Like none of this stuff. There's no like, oh, you better do this or you gotta, you know, it's like, no, just, hey, this might help you. This might improve your life. Would it be good, in your opinion, if you could do something that would help you, that would help your life? If that's something that interests you, then here you go. Here's some information. Here's a whole community of people that are improving their lives going down this path. But, you know, you don't wait. Don't wait too late. It's a mess. Yes. Probably talk about something from a while ago, but that goes for everything. It's like, yep. And thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, $10 super chat. Appreciate you. JP Nobody. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, Danny says, has your food been fondled? Yeah. And that years ago, I think one of these live streams I played part of I think it's Scary Movie 2, where that's one of my favorite. This is just a favorite scene where the butler basically they already have the turkey's already cooked, and right at the table before he serves the turkey, he takes a few pumps into the turkey. And I'm just like, man, but that I love absurdist kinds of media like that, where it's because that absurdity is what can get some people's attention, where it's like, whoa. But then you got to sort of tie it to reality, where it's like you're actually living this reality. Like what you think is absurd, your reality is more absurd than that. And that is what it is. Yeah, the beloved wholesome family meal. It's all about togetherness and love and family and friends and all this stuff. So the next item up for bid would be, today was the Macy's Day ThanksKilling Parade. And what kind of we're not play that. I thought I was going to give Twitter a try this year to see if I could get video, because every time I play even a few seconds of the ThanksKilling Parade, they launch on the video and they're just copyright and this and that. And I'm just like, that's supposed to be copyright protected. I'm not broadcasting the whole parade. I'm commenting on it. Protected speech, but not in the eyes of YouTube. But let's see what we missed. Let's see what we missed today. I mean, we just aren't. So we can have that kind of organization. We can organize hundreds of thousands of people to walk around with a big goofy balloon of characters that are still, a lot of the characters still were. Even there, we have the hero archetype and all that stuff. You can get into analyzing that stuff. But the absurdity of the way that of it at this level is, because it's like we can get that together. We can organize all of this festivity. that doesn't do anything. This isn't changing the world for the better. This is always been about big corporations selling things to people. That's all it is. It's Macy's Day Parade. Did you think Macy's is doing it out of the kindness of their heart? Come on. It's all about getting the sales, but they, get the, what in the world is this? Oh, that guy. What else we got? We got Dora. I mean, this picture doesn't even look real. Like, this looks like it's just like these are AI people. Maybe they are. Non-player characters. What else we got? Mario, he's been around, and it's just, I mean, what is, it's not doing anything. All of this and so many of these people here are taking part in the blood sacrifice ritual of the turkey eating and killing. They're killing and eating. That's a blood sacrifice. Why do you think, again, to get more woo-woo or whatever with it, there is a reason, and I want you to observe that and look at, I could even bring up one of my weather guys that talks about the weather, a couple of YouTubers I like to follow with the weather. But if you observe, what's that guy's name? If you observe that tonight going into tomorrow, it wasn't as cold a few days ago. We were still in the 50s and 40s and 50s where I'm at. And then as we speak right now, we deep freeze. It's just winter now. Just in the 29 degrees. I'm talking Fahrenheit. That'd be whatever, -2, something like that, Celsius. But those are the kinds of things people aren't going to put that together. That there's a reason this kind of deep freeze and all that. And you can look at the where they predict it. It's like, well, I could predict it because I know that this is a day of mass tragedy. And in that kind of situation, there's going to be storms. There's going to be pestilence. There's going to be something that is nature pushing back. It's like, hey, what's going on here? And it is, here we go. Yeah, right here. This is one of these. I got like this guy. There's a guy. What's his name? The dude in Kentucky. But basically, winter storm will dump tons of snow. It's a total coincidence, and this tends to happen every year. So maybe it's a big coincidence, but I think it's even supposed to go down in the 30s in Florida. And I remember that happening a number of years ago when I was on a trip and I was down in Florida thinking I was going to enjoy some nice warm weather, and it got down into the 30s. And they're like, oh, this never happens. It's unseasoned. It was like right around this time period. But the point is, we got to start. It's okay to make those observations and connections. Everything doesn't have to be this science kind of, oh, well, that's superstitious. That's not scientific. It's like, no, observe. Just observe. And you observe long enough, you start to see some trends. And then in the future, when we do have some intelligent mucus-free, more intelligent mucus-free scientists, we can do those. We can construct those kind of experiments to see when you have a massive population slaughter millions and millions and millions of animals at once and then all eat them at the same time in a blood sacrifice ritual. I mean, because you can frame this stuff in different ways. People always say, oh, it's got to be scientific. Like, no, people love watching these fantasy movies and TV shows and your Harry Potters and The Witcher and all this kind of stuff. Okay, well, bring a little bit of that in, because there's still logic in realms, you know, and then you start speaking about the spiritual realm. So, okay, what do you think using spiritual technology and logic, what do you think will happen if you murder millions and millions of sentient beings when that is against the law, when that's against spiritual law, as well as physiological law? But what happens if you murder all these animals and then it's bad enough just murdering them, but then you eat it too? And it causes acidosis from then we can talk about what it does from a scientific standpoint to the body, the acidosis, the parasites, the killing, damaging of cells that ultimately get called the C word later on. But we're not making the connection of that karmic debt. And what is that? Because when all these things, it's all cause and effect. So then we're just analyzing the cause and effect, because however many millions of turkeys were kind of murdered and slaughtered, and then they're all eaten at one time on one particular day. Because of that, the result is some bad weather some places. You know, and again, theoretically, just an observation. But that's the kind of stuff you start to get more attuned to. And it's not something that you have to, that's some type of something to get overzealous about, where you start to see all these things. And some people, because that's a problem where some people, again, that's what I'm talking about, where sometimes the world opens up, you start seeing all this stuff and you can't handle it. Especially if you, that's why I preach and promote transition, not just physiologically, but also of the mind, so that you can transition. So when you start to observe these kinds of things, it's not so jarring to you, to the point where, because if you have too much of reality revealed to you too quickly, all at the same time, just as if you try to clean the body too quickly when you're totally constipated and with all kinds of toxic waste and nasty slime and sludge and all this dangerous chemicals, forever chemical. And I was like, I don't know, forever. I think we can get rid of some of that stuff. But all the stuff that's inside you, and I tell people sometimes that are on this path to do a mental experiment where you take all of the elimination that you've gone through over the past couple years or year or however long you've been practicing. If you were to take all of those that has been spread out, where maybe, you know, weeks 8 and 9, you had a little cold and flu-like symptom and was sniffling, and then, you know, months 9, you had some back pain or joint pain that was being eliminated, and you got fasted through it. You got to the other side of it and everything felt fine again. You know, several months later, there was another elimination that popped up. Your foot started having some edema elimination and was getting bloated and kind of stuff, or you started to have some kidney pain. Imagine if you were to have all of those eliminations happen at one time. No transition, no gradually. Let's eliminate the toxic waste out of the tissue system from years of pharmaceutical medications. Let's start to rebuild the brain, the neuro pathways of the brain from all of the whatever you've been smoking and drinking. What if all of that happened at one time? You would be in a world of hurt. And the sad thing is, I've seen this happen too often, and they don't understand why it happened. Because they neglected, or no one taught them or encouraged them to transition, to take that seriously, the transition diet, transition methodology. So if you go and the people that promote these, like, oh, just do a long, super long water fast. Like, don't worry about it. You don't need to transition. Just jump into it. Or even the long juice fast with no transition, no understanding of transition to get into it and back out of it. I've seen folks in that situation have eliminations that basically put years and years worth of elimination into a relatively short period of time. And some people would swear by that, and they would say, hey, I survived it. I felt better after it, and I went on with my life. Well, good for you. You're one of the few people that was able to kind of go through the level of healing crisis that creates and then make it to the other side without a whole bunch of problems but that's where you end up losing people. People go back to, that's the carnivore. And we've seen that over and over again. The people that'll go from, well, I'm a raw foodist, nothing but raw and this and that. And then overnight, I'm carnivore now. It's like, wait a minute, if you would have transitioned and transformed your physiology permanently, you wouldn't be able to go back to eating meat like that without it being fatal, without it really, really making you sick. So anytime that happens, that lets me know that person did not respect any kind of transitional methodology. And so you don't want that to happen. You don't want you want it to be you don't want it to be a snail's pace, but that's part of the art of the transition and transition diet is you find the groove, you find the right tempo for you and your body and mind, because there's some people who can do more physically, but mentally they got to take it a little slower, because when it comes to mentally and emotionally, it's like their body can do more than what they can handle mentally. Then you got the reverse of that. You got people that mentally they're already breatharians in their head, or they aspire to that, or fruitarian, or they're aspiring to this lofty ideal of what you may be capable of, yet their body is like, we're not even having a conversation about any, like, you shouldn't even be thinking about none of that yet, because you're still dealing with some basic feces stones happening in your colon, and it's like the basics, like you still have uneliminated medicine in your tissue system. You still have so we can't really have a reasonable conversation about, you talk breatharianism and that kind of stuff, and you haven't did any kind of transitional work on the body. It's serious work. But again, I've seen all of these different scenarios and everywhere in between. And that's why I've been very consistent over the years about it's like preaching the good news of the transition diet, where it's like, look, because if everybody got that, like if everybody just got the transition diet, like that was just on lock and they understood that, then there is other stuff that I would talk about. I can go way out there into topics and all types of stuff that we could get into. But as somebody who has been called to help educate some folks on something, that would be irresponsible of me if we can't deal with the basics. The basics is the parasites in the intestines, the worms in the intestines, overcoming the addiction to pus-forming foods, overcoming the addiction to mucus-forming foods, understanding the difference between mucus lean and the kinds of foods that you can use to help you transition off of worse foods versus remaining addicted to the worst foods. Like, all these are all basics. This is elementary school stuff for us, but it's like that's where we're at as a species, as a people. Most people are kind of at that space, at that level where there's not a mastery yet of understanding a transition methodology and these things that once you do it and you go down that path, it's very simple. There's a simplicity to it, which is very eloquent, but we got to get there. And so that's been one of my missions, is like, all right, look, there's all this fancy stuff that we could talk about, but instead, let's just focus on getting ourselves together physiologically. And that is, that's the name of the game. There's a lot of pain, just unnecessary. It's like unnecessary process, just unnecessary pain and suffering that people go through. And then ask, why am I not feeling good? Why am I aging so quickly? Why does my back hurt and my joints hurt and I got brain fog and my energy level's low? And why? Tragedy of nutrition. What you're putting into your body. And then you have all of the distraction. And that's really what this goofiness of the Macy's Day Parade. But you have to be able to see that, though. Because you don't want, because you can get lost. Because if you take this serious, and that's why I like to show this stuff and I talk about it, because as long as you're still taking this reality serious, then you're susceptible to fall back. And as somebody who is really hardcore on the mental part of this and the emotional part of this path, that's why I'm always coming back to this, because as long as you still think that there's something here for you, that there's something here, like, well, maybe I want to be a part of this. But when you sort of see it through our eyes, where it's like, what, you want to be a part of this? Why? Like, what is this? Doesn't represent anything other than pus, mucus, corporatism. We're gonna sell you stuff. And look, and I was in I come from high school where I never got to go, but there's friends of mine that were in high school that went, whether it was the band or the show choir or whoever got to do the big trip. And yeah, that's fun. When you're in high school, it's fun to jump on a either jump on a plane or jump on a bus, and we're going to New York and we're going to be on TV, and it's all. But as you get older, you start to really realize, like these people that are waving, there's an ego dopamine rush that they're getting being in front of a camera, where they're like, oh, I'm on TV. But none of us, unless you happen to know somebody, the populace doesn't know any of these people. And so that that little dopamine hit that you get when you're walking by the camera and no one knows you're not famous, no one knows you. But that's part of that delusion that I'm trying to help unwind, where it's like you want to do things, and most people want to do something that matters. Or a lot of people do. It was like, okay, I want to be a part of something or do something that matters or that changes the world or that helps people or whatever. And those are fundamental principles to our existence. Do unto others as you would have them do to you. Help your brothers and sisters. So, yes. But you got to evaluate that. Are you doing more help by fasting on ThanksKilling and going and doing a lemon juice and distilled water enema instead, and kind of staying to yourself in solitude, having people complain like, oh, well, that's not natural. You're putting yourself over in this box and you think you're better than people. And it's like, no, this is how I help the world. I'm not if I went to this, whether I was in the parade or I was in the audience, that doesn't help any. How's that helping humanity? Doesn't help anything. But if I know that by cleaning myself out, especially in a day when doing the exact opposite of what most people are doing, because most people are shortening their life. I extended my life today with the actions that I chose to take. And once you start, and gets into stuff that Arnold Ehret talked about, particularly in the physical fitness book, the yellow one, that gets into the mission of humanity, where essentially there's nothing higher than we can do as humans than physiological liberation, and to pass that on through our bloodline, transform our blood, make babies with transformed blood. They start making the babies with transformed blood, so on and so forth, down the road. That's how you transform humanity. Not with a piece of legislation, not with one protest somewhere. It's with transforming your blood, which lends itself to a total transformation of the human species. That's the only thing you have control over. Because we could go, and we do that for fun sometime. I mean, this would be like an event. Me and Brother Ehret just show up with some signs and instruments, and we just protest this. But that's not gonna, us protesting this isn't gonna get this to stop. This isn't gonna stop for like four or five people standing there protesting. And it's not going to stop even me just talking about it here. But the connection that I'm hoping to make is how you can have this stop is generationally. Because you're going to get to a point, you start to clean people up, and people are starting, as they grow up, now they're more intelligent, they're brighter than us. I mean, isn't that a goal? Isn't that what you want, to have children brighter than you? Healthier than you? But that's not the reality in pus world, because we've got carbon copies, copy of a copy of a copy. You take a piece of paper and you keep putting it on the copy machine and take the copied one and put it down. But after a number of copies, that looks disheveled. It's not as clean and crisp as that original copy. And that's what's happening with humanity. It's not better copies that are coming out. Now, some people would argue against that, and they say, oh, well, this is evolution. There's it's always getting better. It's like, I'm gonna have to disagree with that theorem, kind sir, because no, the humanity is, it's like the word at this point, it's too overused for it to even mean the word degenerate and degeneracy. It's like we got to almost create a new word or concept to really, really drive home Aaron's at abomination, the abomination. This is an abomination. This reality, this is with just a little bit of cleansing and a little bit of, like, of all these people here that's lined up, they've been eating nothing but fruits and green leafy vegetables, lemon juice and distilled water enemas. They're not coming out to this parade. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I mean, some people say, oh, well, see, you're deficient because you don't want to go do stuff. It's like, no, I don't want to go do stupid stuff. I don't want to go do stuff that's not going to have any consequence for anything. And then somebody else said, well, but it's fun. You don't think I had fun today? You don't think I'm having fun right now? I always have fun. I don't have to go have fun that somebody else designed. I can have fun with my own designed things. All these people, if they think they're having fun, because first of all, take the pus and the mucus out of their day and see how much fun they're going to have at this event. Take the coffee out, take the alcohol, take all the drugs out, not to speak of all of the different blood thinners and just the normality of the medicines, that all the medicine that's everybody's so doped up. Take that out and let's see how many people want to stand there in this cold watching the Energizer Bunny and Goku or whatever walking around. Like, you're not going to want to do that. That no longer is fun to you. Oh, the Macy's store. We're gonna sell something to you. We're gonna get it in there. Don't think we're not gonna get that in. Disney is gonna sell stuff to you. Everybody's gonna sell what they're selling. Constipation. And all I'm saying is make the connection. Is for me that's important. It's important to understand the larger reason of why you do what you do and why to choose this path, why this path is better versus the Macy's path. Then somebody will say, "Oh, you're just no fun, Professor Spira. You're not fun. You're no fun. This isn't hurting anybody." Well, all the turkey that these folks that hurt the turkeys. And that's a reality. This isn't a vegan event. This isn't tofurkey people. And that would have its own issues, even if it was. He's directing them to corpse-like beings boastfully calling themselves a species. Because this is just and then you can get into the militarism, and there's a reason why to this day, there's marching bands, and particularly in the United States, the marching, that's a big thing in the late 1800s, and coming out of the Civil War, you had the marching band craze, but then things like football and these big militaristic kind of games, which I came out of. I enjoyed playing football in high school and junior high, but when you observe back and you start to see, oh, wait, this was getting me ready for war. Like this was, because even if you just take a handful of the people that have gone through those kind of military-based sports, because you go to 2 a day and 3 a day football, you do that, you can get through some basic training, probably, in a military situation. And a lot of those people, especially if you're the lower people coming from a lower income family, now you're really being targeted by the military. It's, oh, come on, we'll pay for your school, we'll pay stuff. Come on over here, put your body on the line. And so a lot of folks go into that direction with a pure notion. I want to defend my family, defend my country, that, and I understand that because I came up around that, had mentors that come from that type of space. So I get that notion and that energy. But then even with that, there comes a time where you start to realize, wait a minute, I'm given an order, and I'm not allowed to say no to the order, yet the order is to go hurt innocent people. Because that's where it was like, well, wait a minute, like I'm okay hurting people that I think are not innocent. I don't want to hurt women and children and civilians, but it was easier for them to get away with a lot of that stuff in years past. Vietnam War is a real popular one of that, but any of them. Now there's people who have phones with cameras on them, and so, but they still suppress it. And I know that gets into a whole other kind of discussions of that. I just stay, without getting into the pus-based politics of it. Anytime you're talking about killing humans, and to the point where that's you rationalize, like, okay, we're gonna, you're having problems. At the same time, those of us that are on this path, we have to be prepared to defend ourselves. I'm not a pacifist. I'm a leave me alone, leave us alone, we'll leave you alone person. I come out of that tradition. But I find that generally that, depending on what area you're in, that kind of works. But you have to be ready. That's the main thing. You got to be ready. So if you're ready, you don't have to get ready. You're ready, and that's important, because you're dealing with the pus-based zombies, as we say. It's like you just gotta be, because I'm not an advocate of any kind of living in fear and walking the earth in the world scared of brothers and sisters, and the worrying about, oh, well, this and that. Be smart. I'm an advocate of being smart. Like, if you know that there's a place, there's a city with a whole bunch of the population that hates the way I look to the point where they would want to do me harm, I'm probably going to not go there. I'm probably going to drive around that city or that state. There's certain states that I'm passing through. I don't want to go in that state. I'm roll on through that state. But So I'm saying you're reasonable, but you don't live in fear. But that also goes, really, that's brought to bear when you're practicing the Mucusless Diet Healing System, because you're going to be challenged. You're going to go through some eliminations that are scary, and you're going to be like, oh, is this what he was talking about? Like, what's going on? And that's where it's like, yep, reread the lesson 5 in the Mucusless Diet book, reread the rational fasting and the fasting lessons, reread transition diet lessons, go back but that's when you're tested. When your consciousness is high enough, you'll look at that as a good thing, because now you're able to repay some of these reparations, some of this physiological karma. You're actually able to burn some of that off. And that's a beautiful thing to have that opportunity. And that's what I'm grateful for. People like to talk about the gratitude and all those gratitude practices and all that stuff. It's like, well, I'm grateful that I've been given an opportunity to work off my physiological karmic debt and do so gradually, so it's not based in catastrophe all the time, and get myself to some semblance of trying to become human again, where we're like in this kind of demon sort of phase of the species, where it's like we're trying to it's almost like we're a step away from demonhood, of this demon-based species, where we're real close to that. And some people are there, but some people have sort of stepped over into that monster type of space. But most people we're living in this kind of reality. This is this hellscape, and a lot of folks have these loops. And probably one of the reasons that the hell loop concept interests me is because I'm interested in, how can you help somebody if they're stuck in a hell loop? How can you help them out of it? If you observe somebody, you see somebody in, like, dang, they are stuck. They are really stuck in that reality, in that hell loop. How can you help them? And there's a lot of different people that would have different answers to that. But my answer is, how can we get them on the Mucusless Diet Healing System, or get them to understand that that's what they need, and to start stepping in that direction. That's what can snap you out. Something has to snap you out of the loop. And as part of, with the content I make, I try to do that. Whereas if you can see the absurdity of the reality that you've inherited, you didn't create this. All this was designed to control you. All of it designed to control you, to keep you sick, dumb, and blind. Unless they want you to be a warrior, then they'll put you on this path. If they want to send you out to maybe sacrifice your body for more power, but they'll convince you, well, you're helping your family and stuff, but then you start to get into the political machinations, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, how does this help hurting innocent people? What's that about? And it's like, oh, there's oil money over here. That's why I'm here fighting. This is like, it's like old school. If you watch these old history videos where you go back far enough, all they really know is battles and wars. And there's certain historic history videos that's all that they talk about. They go from, they'll have like a map, and they'll be like, oh, there was this battle here, and this king or whatever, they went over here and he conquered these people, and they raped and pillaged the town, and they burned it to the ground. Then they went up here, but they laid siege for 3 years, and they, it's, and then fine, it's just, if you study that kind of history, you'll see when people say this is a warring planet from a spiritual perspective, we're on a warring planet. Part of that war is the cause and effect of what the people here on the gluttony plane of existence have chosen to do. So we're able to see in real time, but also in historical documentation and story, we can see the conclusion of living this type of life, the pus and mucus based life. It's war. It's just psychopathy run amok. It's the genocide of people, taking whole groups of people and let's wipe them out. Let's get them out of the way. And that leads us to, which I always have to talk about on this day of profound ignorance and mythology, the mythology of the ThanksKilling. The native people came together with European pilgrims and they shared a meal and all that pure nonsense. But then it's like, no, get a little deeper. Get a little deeper into your studies. Let's look at that. Then you get the people that will say, oh well, the native people they were bloodthirsty too, and there were a lot of them that were scalping people and doing this. And it's like, look, what's at the foundation? I don't care if it's European, if you're Native American, African, Aborigine, I don't care. What's the foundation of any kind of behavior that we could deem to be bad? Because there you have to define what's bad. Bad behavior would be, in my definition, behavior where people are being hurt and their liberty is being obstructed. If you obstruct liberty and there's harm of anybody but yourself, because again, in my world, if you want to hurt yourself, go away from people and hurt yourself. I don't want you to do that. But I'm saying I'm not the type of person, I'm not the guy that's necessarily going to send in to talk you off the ledge if you want to jump. Now I will, but there's people that are better suited for that's their gift. Their gift would be to connect with somebody and to make them feel real, you're about to jump off the ledge, and it's like, no, man, they have that whole. That ain't me, you know what I mean? Like, because I'm not going to tell you to just jump, but what I'm going to say is, I would try, me, I would do my best. But like I said, I know where my gifts are, and that is not, that's not where I'm at. Where I'm good at is let's work way before you get to the ledge. Let's see if we can transform your life prior to the ledge and just get feeling good now. Just clean the things out and get good now. But the point is that you have to use a discerning eye and understand we now have an explanation for all of the maladies of history and of humanity. We now have an answer that is right 100% of the time. And that's it. Look no further than what they were eating. And again, regardless, I don't care. You can go in and look at these were peaceful people, and these were people like, oh, my ancestors ate meat and they were peaceful. It's like, well, how do you know how peaceful can you be? You're slaughtering animals, you're eating them. There's going to be a karmic debt to be paid. And oftentimes that karmic debt sometimes isn't even paid by, if you die, it's just theoretically going on the mind map here. If you were to expire before you're able to burn off your karmic debt, guess who's going to have to pay it? If you have a bloodline that's continuing on, or some kind of something related to your bloodline is going to have to deal with that. Now, again, we're speculating and we're speaking in logic, in spiritual concepts and stuff like that. You can dispel that if you want. But there's a reason for the suffering, is all I'm saying. There's an explanation now. Of course, there's a reason. But people, oftentimes when they find out the real reason, which is always left out, that's always left out, is what people are eating. They start getting into, oh, people live so much longer today because we're half the time, anytime people start talking like that, you're talking about the records of peoples, usually Europeans, that were eating in a way that was so diametrically opposed to nature that the whole continent was almost wiped out. Don't blame that on some rats or some kind of bacteria or virus. That's pus and mucus eating. And that's the logical conclusion, where you can have these events, where extinction level events, where the entire species is almost wiped out. And people don't act like that they think taking a cocktail of medicine is going to prevent that. No. The only thing that's going to prevent that is eating in a way that's in alignment with nature. And to been living like that, to live that way, not to do it on a weekend to try to cleanse. And then I'll get the people that'll eat horrible during this little period, the little ThanksKilling period. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, I need to go on a cleanse, or I'm going to do me some enemas. It's like, well, I bet you will. But you're still creating more chaos for yourself than is needed. Let's get back to the chat, see what you guys talking about. Okay, Adrian, all right, 2 months this year on the food or the phone and solid food fast after a year of transition. Hey man, brilliant, man. That's nice work right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's some good transitioning. That's what that should look like, where it's like you get the flywheel effect going. It gets better and better every year. You're able to do more, but there's not these big catastrophes or these big where you lose control. It's really about maintaining as much control as you can in terms of, when I say control, the cravings and getting over certain humps, and it's getting to a point where you really understand your body, you understand the transitional process, the gradual shift and change that can happen over time. That's a beautiful thing. Let's see. Virus says, I know I'm one of the ones that hasn't fully applied what you've taught, but it's not because I don't value your knowledge. It's because I'm still learning how to break lifelong habits. I appreciate your passion, even when it comes, let's just say, when it comes across as frustration. I know it comes from wanting to see people heal. I'm not giving up. I'm still trying. And your choreo, not sure what it stays in my mind. Oh yeah, and it's one thing that I think sometimes people don't understand about me or sometimes others when we're transmitting something. That's because what I try to do is be as unobstructed as possible, and then be a conduit for the information that's supposed to come through me. And sometimes it can come across as like I'm mad, or like you say, the frustration, that kind of stuff. But internally, the emotion, it's almost like it becomes like a projection, because those emotions that people would connect to that, it's like it's the internal experience for me is not that, like there's no tension in me to any of that. It's like, this is literally what the universe says is supposed to come out here, and this is what people need to hear, or whatever. It's that kind of thing. But yeah, no, but I have the other videos where I talk about don't be hard on yourself. And I had I'm gonna call that the don't be hard on yourself era, because there was a number of videos I did where I was just kind of telling people, just like, just because the way that I break it down is I'm aggressive with trying to encourage people to get on the path as soon as possible and as aggressively as possible. But once you're on the path, that's when my message kind of shifts to really get into the transition diet. Take your time. Make sure to have permanent changes. And that's confuses some people, I think, sometimes, because they see that initial intensity, but then they see some of the recipes or the menus that I'll recommend to eat. When you're starting out, they'll be like, wait a minute, I can eat this? I can eat this much? It's like, yeah, you should. You need to eat. Most people need to eat more than they eat on this path. A lot of people do. And as one of the things that I'm notice myself constantly kind of recommending to people is, you're not eating enough. You need to eat more, not for the reasons that you've been taught, not for the nutrition reasons, but for elimination reasons. But no, I appreciate you being here, and definitely keep doing this work. Keep doing the best that you can, because that's all that any of us can ever do, is do the best that we can in the circumstances we find ourselves in. Everybody comes from different life circumstances and family circumstances and children, or different kinds of abuse you may have had growing up, or as an adult, or tough relationships. So much, which again, I attribute to, once you start to decode and break down that pus matrix, you start to see that so much of this stuff was based on the poor diet. And you see that a loved one that might have been a certain way, how would they have been different if they had been eating nothing but fruits and green leafy vegetables? How would that have transformed their personality, transformed how they think, transformed how they communicated? And those are the kinds of things that, once you know that and understand that, that's when there's liberation, because it's not for the benefit of others, like trying to, okay, well, if I can convince other people and I'm doing it, then it's like, no, it's not about like convincing anybody else. Like I said, I'm an advocate of share the information, or share the path, kind of show people where they can head, but outcome independent. So I'm sharing, but I don't have any, there's no energy of like, oh, I really hope this person gets it or gets it together. And It's like, no, I just don't have any kind of, it's like, of course I would like that, but there's no disappointment if it doesn't happen or crazy excitement if it does happen. It's like, and that's kind of the outcome independent model where my excitement is being able to share, to share and to try to share what I've received. But you set yourself up for more chaos when you start to really hope. Some people have that word sometimes where you're hoping for a certain kind of outcome, or, man, I really hope that so-and-so gets into this, or I hope it's like, it's a tough, I'm not saying to not desire. I'm just saying from a wisdom standpoint to understand that there's still going to be some, as long as that energy is there and there's still a little bit of that outcome dependency, there can be uneasiness inside of you, or different levels of, chaos would be a strong word for that, but it's really what it is. But that kind of perturbability. But this is what it looks like. This is what this work. What this work looks like. JC is like speaking with cosmic clarity. Yeah, I try to be as clean as I can be. He said they went to Burger Kill because they had free something. What's going on, Aline? How you doing? Oh yeah, free food. Yeah. But yeah, we have a lot of work. Yeah, a lot of work to advance. Yeah, a lot of work to do. Yeah, 4 years on the transition. Very nice. My man Danny, man, appreciate the super chat. Always a great supporter. Yeah, thanks for the constant reminder. Always appreciate your work and uncompromised focus. Well, I always appreciate you, and that's what it takes, man. It takes a lot of focus, a lot of just really, like I say, because sometimes people see certain questions where folks are asking, like, well, how do you do this, or how to balance? I think maybe I saw a question in the in the forum that was like, how do you balance? Maybe it wasn't exactly like this, but out here that, how do you balance this lifestyle with basically with the Macy's Day Parade lifestyle? And that's like what I say years ago in the Spirit Speaks book, don't straddle the barbed wire fence. Now, in that context, I was talking more nutrition theory and disease theory and that kind of stuff. But that also goes for cultural dynamics, where you straddling the barbed wire fence of culture, where you have 1 foot over here trying to heal yourself and eat well, but then you got the other foot that's over here, trying to deal with the pus world and and make that make sense. And you can play that game for a while. We all have, we've all played that game for a while. But the longer you're doing this path and the cleaner you get, and you do have periods where you're more aggressive on this path, you get to a point where you don't want to play that game anymore. You don't want to you're not going to want to go to Macy's Parade. You're not going to want to go to whatever. Unless it's when I go to certain events there, it's just less and less as I get older and I get deeper into this. I'd rather just go to most of the stuff I will really want to go to and be are free things like parks And then you get your state parks and your national parks. It's like, that's where I want to go. You know, I pay $20 to get in or whatever. But a lot of this stuff that's real kind of rah-rah, I mean, you really lose this. That requires a certain kind of stimulant to vibrate at that frequency. And once you're off of that frequency, it's hard for you to even be like, dang, man, I used to like this. It's like, I used to really like this. I used to think this was funny. You'll look at certain like sitcoms or something. You'll be like, how on earth could I have even ever watched this? That I ever thought, even when I was a child, why did I think this was funny? But that's part of the transformation, body, mind, and spirit. That's the mind part where it's total transformation. But I talk about that part of this a lot because that is a place where you can lose some people, because that's where people either get scared. But what they're really getting scared of sometimes or oftentimes is they're really scared of dying, not physically, but it feels like a spiritual death. And people talk about that in different contexts, in different spiritual circles and stuff. But I'm talking about it from Mucusless Diet standpoint, where that is almost, I mean, it's physiological technology. It's like the spiritual technology. It's really scientific almost, because you can see a person as they're going through these stages. And I ought to write an article on that and just start the process of breaking that down, because there's definitely stages that you can relate it to. That's why in my addiction to pus and mucus forming foods videos, I connect it with the 12-step program, theoretical frameworks, and general that you get the 5 steps of grieving, or the 7 steps, or, you know, there's these different models. But the idea of going through certain, it's like a set thing on the path. There's just certain things that I know you're going to go through going through this path that's harder to prepare you for, because there are things that you're going to have to deal with, because you have to be the one to tell somebody no when they're like, hey, you want to come to the pizza parlor with us, or you want to go, you would have to be the one. Like, I can pump you up and be like, man, don't you want to go in there and be a part of that pus nonsense, you know, but you got to be the one to say no. You know, you got to be the one that's like, no thanks, but no thanks. Or when the festivities, because what was always, and I don't know if there's anybody listening, if you're in a closet right now at the family gathering, plugging into this, say something in the chat. But that was usually every year somebody said something like that, where they're like, man, you know, they kind of went over into some room, or went into their vehicle, or went into a closet, and they're plugged in over here to this vibration. And then in the family is just, it's all drunken, kind of just like Brother Air would say, if you observe the behavior, it's like there's before the meal and after the meal. And after the meal, I mean, it's just literally everybody just, if you've ever been around drunk people and you weren't drunk, that's the best way I can describe it. But it's almost worse than that, because especially once I was on the Mucusless diet, I did not like being around drunk people. But also, I don't like being around people that's drunk off of the pus either. You know, it's like that. And there's a certain thing that you just see it, you observe it, you feel it. And it's hard. You can't explain that to somebody that hasn't done any of this work, because they're just going to be like, what? You're going to, or they'll feel like you're attacking them or something. And it's like, so I don't even get into that with the uninitiated. And Danny says, like, you burn out different levels as your physiology evolves. It's really, there really is steps that kind of cosmic steps or spiritual steps that are built into this path. And that's why I often don't get into the details of those. And I think that probably could be some future books and writings and things. I think that's a good place to explore that part of this thing, and that those dynamics where I can get real specific. They can talk about it in videos, but that's a little bit more top of mind kind of stuff. But you can get really detailed in predicting what a person is going to go through from an emotional level and a spiritual level on this, and I always talk about once you get into, and I've felt a little bit today, because I'll still feel all these things I talk about. It's just at such a smaller level. So I always talk about when you get into fasting, you can start to feel if there's some stuff that needs to be released or eliminated, or that you've pushed down. That stuff is going to be coming right up to the surface, and you got to know how to deal with it. And but with me, it's like I can feel. I had even earlier today, there was just this little kind of. Now I can also usually this day with all the. It's actually didn't feel it as much as I usually do, which is nice. But I can kind of feel that big cloud of chaos in the world. Like there's enough of it where I can kind of feel it. And that's also why it's important for me to fast in this period, because I fast through that. And so I felt it a little bit today, but it was probably, I might have slept a little longer than I normally do, so but you notice these things, you notice this like little stuff like that, where it's like, oh wait, I usually don't have a nap, and I took a nap today, or I'm feeling a little bit emotionally a little lower. You just observe. You don't have to take drastic action on every. I don't make a video on that. That's something that people need to have explained to them. It's like every little sign that you observe or that you're given with your body, you don't have to take drastic action on it, and you shouldn't, because there's a period of time where you want to observe and just kind of observe and be okay. Let's see where this goes. Let's just observe this, and then eventually make you want to act being deliberate and clear-headed and kind of rational. You don't want to be reactive to where certain emotions come up or physical things happen, and then you're kind of nervous and scared, like, oh, I gotta hurry and get rid of this. It's like, no, you kind of sit with it and observe it. Okay. And then it's just a more nuanced and calm way to deal with stuff. And I know if you're not there yet, it's going to sound like, what are you talking about? But that would be a goal to get to that, to be less reactive to stuff, and to that reactivity where you can be emotionally, things, because things are going to happen in your life. And as you're practicing the diet, you got to be so dialed into this practice where the world could be literally like kind of falling down around you, and it's like you don't like it, and you can you might feel bad about something for a moment, but you can't stay there. You have to stay dialed in right here to this path, and just okay, I'm sad for whatever that was, but I know that if I was ever to be able to help prevent that thing from happening again, it's going to come from physiological liberation. That's the one thing I can control and learn to control, is what I'm putting in my body, my physiology, transforming my physiology. That's what I can control, but I can't control folks going to war, people wanting to commit genocide against other people. It's that's where you can start to get into some real interesting discussions about, if you had a big group of people that all do come together, and we're going to stage a protest, and it's going to be a fasting protest. But you get thousands of people all fasting at the same time, and don't even have to announce it and be it, because just literally the energy and the intention of that can be massively transformative. But that's the kind of stuff, those are advanced technologies in this practice that I know people want to hear about, and it's fun to talk about, but you got to have the basics together. And that's why we just stay on the basics, because there's not enough of the basics being mastered. If you could master the basics, then you can get into, I could talk all day about that, the stuff that I know other people like to talk about, just because it gets views and that kind of stuff, but on miracles and how the technology of creating miracles and all that's real when you don't have the principles together of this path. You don't even need to talk about that, because you're not going to get there. It's not. You want to master the basics, really invest time and energy and resources into mastering the basic principles, and keep renewing. It's like where people have to renew their license, or some license in something, or so the idea of renewal. You're renewing those basic transitional principles every day, every week, every month, every year. You're always renewing. I'm renewing. I renewed principles today, and I renewed principles yesterday. I'm constantly, I'm renewing and continue to visit and revisit the core principles. Because when you build on those foundational principles, that's where you get to some of these things that you see other people doing, or whether it's Brother Air or Takora, or you see folks that have been practicing this way of life for a long time, and it's like, man, how can they do that? How can they do a 40-day dry fast? Or how can they travel all over the world with no sleep, helping people? And where does that drive and energy come from? And it's like, well, there's principles that have been mastered, and you're building on the foundation, the building blocks. And so that's my advertisement for master the foundation as much as you can. Really throw yourself in to mastering the basics of the Mucusless Diet Healing System, transition diet. You have all elements of the diet, from the fasting is a part of this system. The colon irrigation, lemon juice, and distilled water enema is a part of this system. Using certain mucus-forming foods to get off of worse mucus-forming foods is part of the system. Learning how to deal with repressed emotions when they come to the surface, which they will when you start to clean yourself up and fast, that's part of the system. You got to deal with that. And that's so important, to really anchor yourself in those principles and those foundation of Mucusless Diet Healing System. And that's what I try to promote and teach and put out there. That's what's in the membership program, all the materials and things that I have in there. I'll do another little call to action. Join us, Mucus-free diet and lifestyle. Whoops, that's wrong. Not the coaching program. That'll be happening next year. What I meant to, is that what I did? That's what I did earlier, didn't it? I'm doing the wrong. You're seeing all the, where is my, there it is. First Spirit's Mucus-free life membership program, not the coaching program. This will be a tease for next year. And this is what I showed earlier. So I showed the wrong thing, but it's all, if you ever want to be a part of this program, one of the requirements is to be a part of the Mucus-free Life membership first. But the membership is what you want to get into. Go down below, click the link right now. And if it's been something you've been on the fence thinking about, like, I don't know, it's just, this is your opportunity to click the link and join us in a group of people that's really serious about physiological transformation. And this is how you change the world, to me, in my opinion. This is the way, is learning to control what you put into your body, learning how to eliminate the poisons, many of the poisons that you weren't aware. You didn't know. You trusted people, and you trusted your parents, or you trusted doctors that your parents took you to because your parents trusted the doctors. There's this, as part of what starts to break down, is that trust. You start to realize, wait a minute, I have to take full responsibility for my health, for my well-being. If you are going to wait for permission from the doctors and the nutritionists and whoever, if you're going to wait for permission from them and the scientists, if you're going to wait for permission from them to start going down this path and getting yourself together physiologically, then you could literally expire before you're given that permission. And that's where, for me, when people start, there's another type of person that they're waiting because they're waiting. It's not enough to see large groups of people having success and overcoming illness and feeling better. They need a scientist to come and say, or even better yet, they need, I don't know, whoever is the modern equivalent of Oprah. What's her name that has that show where everybody tries to do the Soul Train walking in? Somebody knows it. You can put it in the chat. But basically, some people need that, like Oprah reading a fake scientific, because they do these all the time on, like, if you watch a morning show or different news, a lot of that stuff is literally product placement. That somebody paid to have that framed as news. And so they say, oh, in a study from Harvard Medical School that was just published last weekend, it says that 4 out of 5 people may have, it's like, it's all made up. And most of that stuff is bought and paid for. That's what people have no clue. All these people that think that they understand, they think they sound smart when they're like, oh, well, I trust the science. That doesn't sound scientific. But as soon as I hear somebody say something like that, that lets me know you don't know anything about real science, because that's not how science works. Science isn't. On the Today Show, I saw an article about one thing that had, like, oh, I mean, it's just, it's so flimsy. Every time I hear one of those, it's like, oh, and in a survey it'll be a small survey sample size or something, they'll be like, they'll make this big deal about it. Oh, out of 50 respondents, there were this many people, or 100. I mean, even hundreds is nothing in terms of sample size. But they'll just, oh yeah, out of 1,000 people were traced, and they from birth, and this and that. And it's just like, that's when you're trying to follow that. That's a good way to just remain confused your entire life. Because again, those are the people waiting for permission. They get there's like one medical study that comes out. It's like, oh, drinking wine may be beneficial eating red meat may be beneficial, but a real honest scientific presentation would, if you had some evidence that showed red meat did something good, you also simultaneously need to cite all the evidence that it's killing people. But again, it's a game. It's a game they're playing. What I'm saying for you is there's an opportunity for you to get out of the game if you don't want to play it anymore. I'm not even telling you to not play the game. I'm just saying know that you are a pawn in somebody else's game that you didn't create. You didn't create that game. The fake science, Today Show, Oprah game. You don't even know, most people don't even know that's advertisement, that's product placement, that's psychological operations. They don't even know that. You got enough money, you can fund whatever you want and have basically pay the scientists to say what you want them to say, because if they say something different, you think that this is all honest? You think that this isn't bought and paid for? It's like, well, no, that doesn't happen in science. It's like, what are you talking about? You've never studied the history of this stuff, Rockefeller, and never? So you really think that it's honest, that the scientists are honest, and that the study of nutrition and nutrition theory, that these are just well-reasoned people with a good heart, that with your best interest in mind, that are doing these experiments? Or are these sadistic psychopaths that like to harm animals? How about that question? Oh, but that's an uncomfortable question. Oprah didn't ask that one. What's her name? What's her name? Whatever the new Oprah. Can't ask that. Ellen's not. She didn't ask that question. And don't bring up she wasn't talking like that on the show. Get out of the delusion. This is it's like extending a ladder down to you. It's like, look, like you don't have to be down there screwing around in that world, because if you are somebody that really wants to deal with science, I mean, I could show you what you would need to do that. You're going to be spending a lot of time going through archives, and you can go to the online archives these days. Back in the day, you'd have to go in person to the library, and there's these big things of journals, and you'd have to go to that section. It's usually down in the basement of the library. Again, today it's easy. You can go, if you log into your library's database, most people have access for free to all these different databases of journals, and you can read up on all of the cutting edge research that you want on whatever topic you want to read. It's all there for free. You don't have to wait for the Today Show and Oprah to tell you the flimsy summary of some research project. Go read that. But don't think reading one of them is going to give you any insight into what is being discussed in the article. You have to read dozens of those articles and compare and contrast the findings. Then you have to go in the postmodern era, you have to go a level deeper, where who's funded? And then the scientists don't even like to do this. This is where a social scientist might come in, or somebody with this type of training. That's more my background. But you're going to come in and you're going to be, who paid for this? What's the belief systems and the cultural backgrounds of the researchers? how might that have influenced not only the construction of their research project, because that's a big deal. How a project is constructed is a big deal to its validity. So, but if there's certain things in place where a person is going to construct it in a certain way so that they get certain potential outcomes that's in alignment with what they're looking to get out of the product, because again, outcome independent. In a perfect world of good old school scientists, your good old Leonardo da Vinci Renaissance men and women, you could trust that would be a part of it. It's the outcome independent. We're just objectively going to test some stuff, and then we're going to report on it. It did this, we report. But that's not what they did with cigarettes. When people paid doctors to basically, and scientists to come up with arguments and evidence that smoking tobacco is not only not harmful, but it's healthy. And as soon as they did that, boop, we put that up as advertisement. Now it's advertising. What was 4 out of 5 doctors smoke Camels. If you're pregnant, you better be smoking. You've heard me talk about that before and do those examples, but that's what that is. So I just don't get it, because every time somebody tries to say this, oh, that doesn't sound scientific. I mean, I've had periods in my life where I've sat down and read a lot of these, and that's where the hoax was revealed to me. So I started reading through some of these journals and some of these originating source documents that's at the foundation of all of our belief systems when it comes to nutrition theories, these calorie theories and protein and B12 and the vitamins and all this stuff. And you start going down these rabbit holes, and you're like, wait a minute, this is nothing here. This is a big nothing. What do they call it in politics? A nothing burger. It's a big nothing burger of pus. It's a pus burger. Is all that is, but you have to want to have that revealed to you. I mean, I'm kind of convinced of that now. It's not enough for it to just be revealed because of the nature of it and how complicated the orientation is, and like kind of the mental slavery on these kinds of topics. It's almost like you have to want to be free. You have to want to find, because I'm not saying you have to believe what I believe. What my challenge would be for somebody that really wants to go hard on the scientific argument is, okay, go read 24 related articles, as well as it, because in one they'll cite in one study, they should have cited dozens, even it's just in it anyway, of whatever came before it. But that's what that looks like if you want to be into the science as you so claim. But all these people that say that, I know they've probably never once in their life sat down and read a scientific article out of a journal. It's just not, it's programming. It's psychological manipulation and orientation, again, to keep happy slaves happy. Damn, I'm gonna put that on a shirt. That's kind of keep happy. I'd have turned that into a shirt and a song title. The keep happy slaves happy. But that's what it, sweeten you in your ignorance. But that's all that people have been talking about for millennia, whether you're talking Socrates and Plato, and sweeten people in their ignorance. That's the cave. That's the Matrix. That's Brave New World, 1984. 1984 kind of steps over into fear-based. But even that's what we're talking about. So for the people that you can't persuade one way, you can't persuade them over here with logic or culture, just doing what everybody else is doing. Now we got to persuade you with fear. And if fear doesn't work, then we will force you. Does that ring a bell? Instead of 1984, the new one is 2020, 2021, where you had a gun in one hand and a syringe in the other. We're going to force you. We're going to take away your livelihood if you don't comply. Just comply. But what about the science? All the scientists came. There was a number of scientists that came that disagreed, that had data that would say, no, don't. This isn't what you think. Blacklisted, lost your job, out of here. Somebody like me that just, here's some information. Here's the receipts. I'm bringing receipts. I'm bringing proof. Nope. 50 of my videos gone. If I had, my channel would have went the way of Dan McDonald and Dr. Morris. If I hadn't did that, over 50 videos I took down, and I still have a channel. But that's where the war is really happening. It's the psychological warfare. Because anybody that's scared, that if you're scared of the B12, you're scared of the protein, that's where everybody first goes. They're not scared of being too constipated unless they're uncomfortable. They're not connecting that to chronic illness and death. But something that they've never experienced, that they know nothing about, that's the boogie thing. Where it's like, oh, but what about B12 and my this? It's like that's the fear. They've won. When that is where you're at psychologically, they've won. The people who seek to control you, to manipulate you, to take you for all your resources, they won. But what we're doing here is trying to give you an opportunity to say, look at how stupid that theory is. Look at how dumb the protein theory is from the foundation of it. Now, you could read the same stuff I read and you can have a different explanation, and that's fine. You could read the same stuff I read and be like, I don't know, I think you're missing something, Spira. I think the protein theory, there's something there. Cool. I have no problem. Like, there's no argument, but I've just come across very few people that do that are informed enough to have an opinion. Because if you don't know about Francois Magendie, you don't know about Mulder, you don't know about the dogs that were being bled and starved, then we can't have a conversation about B12. We can't have a conversation about protein, whether it exists or not, or it's a good or bad thing, we can't have that conversation because you don't know the prerequisite knowledge to be able to have a rational, reasonable conversation about that. All you're doing is throwing up what you've been taught. And it's not even what you've been taught. It's what you've been programmed to say. It's like this dialectic's been embedded in you. And so there's just a certain, how do you get your protein? It's like if they hear something that deviates from that mainstream narrative. How do you get your protein? But then what we were talking vegans earlier, what a lot of vegans will do is they've created a dialectic that still falls into that kind of back and forth. So where it's like, how do you get your protein? And then the vegan dialectic for the mainstream vegan dialectic is, well, you can get all the protein you need from plant-based sources. And then the other side says, yeah, but it's not the same. It's missing such and such. And there's the essential amino acids are not there. And there's no B12. And then on the vegan side, the response to that sometimes is like, well, I supplement. And I think it's responsible to, if you are vegan, that you should supplement. And I always tell people to supplement. And, it's like these are scripts that somebody else wrote that people say every day. How does that differ from what's happening right now? Find other people that's talking like we talk. Find me where other people are telling you to go research Francois Magendie and Mulder. You're not going to find that because we wrote that. We wrote our own scripts. We live our own lives. We think our own thoughts to the extent that we can. That's the difference. So as soon as you start talking about, well, the B12 and the triglycerides, or you start throwing this word salad concepts, and the glycemic, which is better to be low glycemic, and this, as soon as you start going down there, I know that you're not thinking and experiencing life free and original and authentic. You are living a script that somebody else wrote. You're living the Atwater script. You believe in calorie theory, and you don't even know the guy that created the calorie theory, the calorie meter. You never read Atwater's book. I have. It's stupid, in my opinion. You could read it and love it, but the problem is you haven't read it, and you want to try to make an argument that there's such a thing as a dietary calorie, but you never read the source material. You don't have the prerequisites to even have that argument. Now you go and you kind of read up on it, and you can come and we can have a better discussion. You can have your argument and be like, well, no, it's this, and what they did back then. And it's like, I could create those arguments if I wanted to, if I believed in that. To me, it's a lot of that stuff's a waste of time. The degree to which I'm interested in going down those paths and discussing it is basically to the extent to help people rethink these things and go investigate this stuff on your own, so that you can, again, there's a difference of making a choice where you have the prerequisite background and you make a choice to believe in the calorie theory. You have the background and you make a choice to believe in the protein theory. But until you've had that education, there's no choice. You were taught you were influenced. You don't even know, because you didn't do an audit of your influences. So you've been more influenced by Tony the Tiger and Captain Crunch talking about a balanced breakfast and calcium and protein and got milk commercials and meat, it's what's for dinner. You've been more influenced by, and therefore co-opted by, television commercials than you have anything that has any semblance in real science. So I'm saying, if you are the type of person that, if you have to, some people have to, not everybody even has to go that path, but I know some of you will have to. because of the type of mind you have. So I encourage you to do that. At no point in these videos, any of my videos, will you see me saying you got to believe what I'm saying. You know, I don't roll that way. I'm giving you homework to do, usually saying like, don't take my word for it. Read Atwater's book. Now and I'll even give you an argument that somebody could make against me in the way that I present some of those things, where somebody could say they were trying to write something. They'd be like, well, I'm introducing you, and I'm creating a negative connotation to Atwater's work, or a negative connotation to Francois Magendie. Now, I would submit that I think the record speaks for itself with Magendie, because his own government shut him down because they were like, we can't just have you over here murdering dogs in public. Like, what are you doing? But, so I say, okay. But the thing is, this is not a classroom. This is YouTube. and we're just having a conversation. This is not I'm not giving an academic paper. So do with it what you will. But I will encourage you, whether and that's the caveat. Say, okay, I know I framed that Atwater is ridiculousness, and Francois Magendie is a psychopath. Okay, guilty as charged, but you still have to go read the source material, and then you would make that determination yourself. And like I said, you can build an argument again. You can be like, man, Francois Magendie was brilliant. He was a genius. What he did by torturing those dogs was absolutely amazing. And I'm thankful for, you can do that if you want, but you got to know about him first. You had to study it. Then we can have a talk about it. Jay-Z said, you're going to make them glitch out. Yeah. Yeah, the fire hose analogy, reality being slowly revealed to drinking from the fire hose of truth. Yeah, and that's what we were saying, is it can take a minute to get into this, but that's why I say get into your studies. I'm a big advocate of studying and research and know for yourself. As opposed to what most people do is they feel comfortable, as long as there's a group of people believing the same thing, they feel comfort in that. So they're not, it's uncomfortable for them to stand totally alone, where if they really feel like they're totally alone with their beliefs, then they'll just kind of be uncomfortable, nervous about whatever. And of course I come and I'm like, I don't care about none of that. It is what it is. It's like, this is the books are the books, the foundation of these things. You can't go, the problem is the stuff that's out, the recent books, a lot of the textbooks on nutrition and these things, they're so co-opted, because you would have to trace back, you were talking decades and decades of bad science being built on bad science. And that's why I always kind of point people, go all the way back to the origins of the concepts and theories, and start to kind of work it out there, because stuff is so compromised. You get something today that came out today there's so many assumptions there that are wrong, that are just old assumptions that they feel, oh, that's settled, like we don't even have to discuss this. And and right there you're having issues, where if you go back and it's like, no, let's go back, all the way back, and really take a look at the foundation of this stuff. Why do I know? Now we're getting into epistemology concepts. Well, now I'll start. Yeah, now I throw around big words. I don't mean to, but it's just how do we know anything It's like philosophy and the different ways of knowing. Like, how do you know anything? How do you know something? And that's like the philosophical side of the science. The science is where in modern day, all this stuff has been separated, which I would argue has been a big problem. That's part of the problem. Science can, as other people have said, science can teach you how to create an atomic bomb, but it can't give you the reason to not deploy it, to not make it. The reason and the wisdom to, okay, we have the power to do a thing, but we choose to not do a thing. That's in the area of philosophy, spirituality. But that's in academia, that's been like totally separate, where it's not a requirement generally in most programs that I'm aware of. There's maybe there's an outlier program in the world, but programs I know of, and Ani can attest to this, they're not required to go through a whole lot of philosophy classes or even history of. If you did a history of science class, that would take you through philosophy. You would be forced to deal with philosophy, logic and reason. That's actually quite dangerous. It's dangerous to have scientists that do not have some kind of ethical like real, not just like ethical, whatever they force them to take. That's, ethics of don't do this, or it's almost like those type of ethics classes are more, here's what to do so you can hide the immoral things that you're doing, whether if you're torturing animals or whatever. Like here's how we can reason. It's better to harm rats and cats and dogs and monkeys. It's better for us to experiment on them and hurt them than to experiment on humans. So people will, again, they create all kinds of logic as opposed to, and reasons, as opposed to saying, well, what if we didn't hurt any of them? I mean, that's a novel concept. That might perhaps revolutionary. What if we just didn't hurt any monkeys or cats or dogs or rats? And what if we didn't do that? And we found other ways to learn, other ways to know things. Just a thought. Like, I know I'm radical. Everybody said, oh, watch out for Professor Spira. He's radical. I'm like, stop killing rats. Radical. Stop torturing cats and dogs in the lab. Radical. See, now you're going to make me look that up. We did those. What's interesting, too, over the years, you can start to see Google has sanitized, like they've sanitized stuff so much. But this is the kind of stuff you got to be aware of. Again, like this world around you, the machinations, because they're trying to hide things more and more. Years ago, if I did this prompt in Google, animal testing photos, you would see cats that had like cell phones surgically inserted into the back of their head, and just total abominations. And I ain't seeing that here. Well, here, maybe, where's that cat? I just saw it. One of them. It's worse. I've seen worse than this. But this is like, the point here is that's not at the top. That stuff used to be at the top. Like blood curdling reality used to be at the top of these. Now they've sanitized. You have to scroll down further to really start seeing the problems. But like I said, maybe I'm just out of touch. Maybe I'm radical, but what I'm saying is, what if we didn't tie those rats up and stick stuff to them and extract their blood and pump them with different kinds of things to see? Well, what's it going to do if we put these chemicals inside it? What's it going to do? What if we put this in there, or if we deprive it of this? What if we didn't do that at all? I mean, how would our lives get worse if we didn't do that? So some people would argue, well, there's medicines that that we wouldn't have if we didn't pump them into animals. But I'm saying, yeah, but if you didn't eat pus and mucus forming food, you wouldn't need those medicines, or you wouldn't think that you don't need them, but you wouldn't think that you need those medicines in the first place. So again, when you say, what's the foundation of all this? Pus and mucus forming foods, eating improperly is the foundation of all of it. So you literally, this is what you get. At the other side of that, you get a psychopath that would do this. And I don't care if you like or dislike rats or mice, or you have a phobia or something like that. It doesn't matter whether you like dogs or you hate cats or you like whatever. You should have enough of a moral compass to be like, well, yeah, this is, I don't like that animal, but I don't want it to suffer. Like, I don't want that at the hands of humans. It's one thing in the wild. If that they're on their own in there, that's different. It's like if there's an animal that goes and it gets ripped apart and eaten and stuff like that's like nature's going to do what nature does. Like, you let that, I leave that alone. But this is a karmic debt that we all have to pay. That's where it becomes important to talk about stuff like this and to bring it up. And you say, I do not support testing on animals, because we got to deal. All this stuff affects us. People don't even know this stuff happened. I mean, a lot of people really blissfully ignorant, happy slave. Because this is what's in that. When I use the word happy slave, and it can maybe for some people it could rub a certain way where it seems like I'm really trying to belittle people or that kind of stuff. I'm like, no, it's more of a wake up call to say that don't live a life of false happiness. That's happiness based on stimulant, alcohol, coffee, dead animal flesh, case of morphins from cheese. Somebody else wrote that script for you to live so that you can live high, just like Brave New World, Huxley. That's your soma. They keep as long as they can use you, they keep you high and happy just long enough. It's like you work your 9 to 5, and then after that, go get whatever drugs you want. Spend the evening having sexual relations, like whatever it is, as long as you're back to work in the factory the next day, cool. That's happy slavery. I would advocate to be an unhappy slave that's working for liberation. Working, because first you have to observe and notice, see, dang, I'm a slave. You have to come to that. And then, and where it's way more, it's not just your forced labor dynamic. it's almost, some people would argue it's even worse when it's mind. When you are controlled, you're not living your own life. It's a life that other people wrote for you. I'm trying to say to give you the inspiration to write your own story, write your own life. You don't have to, whatever. I'm not telling you a specific, like, oh, go do this or that. I'm like, no, write your own. Liberate yourself. So it's confronting yourself with things that's uncomfortable, but this is part of the process. It's part of the healing process. That's why we do it. Like, I don't post this stuff just to, like, the shock value and shock and awe and stuff. I'm saying, and it's not this idea of like where you had to kind of waller in it and feel bad about it and sorry about it. What I'm saying is what the Mucusless Diet Healing System does is it gives us a way to take action against evil immediately. That's how the depths, for me, of what the Mucusless Diet Healing System provides at the deeper levels. It's not just about getting healthy and overcoming your ailments. And it's like that's going to happen as a logical result of choosing the path and going down it. But you're talking about deep transformation, deep spiritual and mental transformation. And part of that is being able to accept the world as it is. So I accept and don't, like, avert my eye. I'm not scared of some of the worst that humanity has to offer. Do I sit here? Am I going to surround myself with it up? No. Like all the time. Like, now there was a period in my life where I did kind of put myself through that type of therapy, exposure therapy to the maladies of humanity in the world. I don't advocate doing that. It's almost like once you learn some of these things that we teach and we talk about the emotional release and things that's on this path, just like with the transition, you also want to transition this kind of stuff because as you get cleaner, your consciousness rises. And so you start to realize, like, wait a minute, this is like this. I'm responsible for this. And then that's where you have to actually take ownership. Like, I take responsibility for this. Like, me being a happy slave that ignored this, allowed this to happen. So I know that my karmic debt is entwined with this suffering, especially if there was some product that I did that can be traced back to these animals and that kind of stuff. Now, with that attitude, what I'm saying is I'm not fearful or worried, or I'm just like, observe it. Like, okay, good to know. Now I'm gonna go do an enema. It's like as simple as that. It's like, okay, observation. Okay, I got it, download received. I'm gonna go fast. I'm gonna go eat mucus-free. I'm gonna make some collard greens. That's the thing. So I'm never an advocate, which I know some people can fall into that, where you start to worry. You can get into these depression, and that's never my intention here. But I know that in order to have growth, just like they say, if you're building muscle, in order for there to be growth, there has to be some tension. There has to be a little breaking down of your reality. And when you want that, when you want your reality to be destroyed and we build you back up, you come to me. That's where I'm good. You know, if you body, physical, some of the, you know, weightlifting, that kind of stuff, I can show you that, what I do and that too, but there's other people that specialize in that. I specialize in, let's destroy your reality and we're going to build it back up strong. You know, where you're observing and just, I want to see cats. I mean, I don't really want, but that came to my mind here because these are just, and because you can, but part of what this forces you to deal with those emotions, because some people are going to see this and they'll be sad. Other people will be angry. You know, I'm like, my former self was more, I'm more of an anger energy. That's like kind of gone. You know, I don't have that. But if you go back far enough to who I was before I practiced the Mucusless diet, you're going to have this rage and this anger. So I would see this and just like see red. Like I would want to go hurt the people that was hurting these animals, but that's not it either, you know, but that's a phase that's another thing to observe. If that's where you're at, then you don't force yourself to not feel it. You just, you observe it and you're like, okay, I feel like killing these people. And then you let it go and keep moving on with life. Again, let that come up, then put that into an enema bag and flush that out. That's how you do this thing and we're talking deeper level stuff here with the how you really deal with the real world and where you can confront anything and not be negatively affected by it, not fall into depression from it, not lose control through anger and rage and do something that you'll regret from it. So we're talking control of your emotions, control of your mind, and control of your body, mind, and spirit. That's what we're talking about. But we have to be honest about, I'm just not a fan of there's some people that preach the avert your eyes methodology. And I just totally disagree with that. I do not agree with the like, oh, only focus on good energy. Only ever focus on, just ignore anything bad, or it's all, just only, it's like, I just don't agree with that at all. Because most of those people, when I meet some people that do that, usually they're too weak to deal with reality. They get in that little bubble of like, because it's one thing for me, I'm not going, I don't like to go put myself in environments that I don't like unless there's a specific reason to do so. But that's the thing, it's got to be a reason. If so, is there something to learn from doing this, or is there a way to help? But I'm just going to put myself around people or an environment for no reason, just for the sake, because I don't need that. But with this, it's like sometimes you need this. You need to know what pus and mucus has done, so that when you are going through an elimination and you don't feel good and you're starting to feel sorry for yourself, you can remember this. You can do an animal testing Google search, do a slaughterhouse Google search, do a YouTube search for slaughterhouse videos. Watch it and then remind yourself, oh, I put myself in this situation. I ate myself into this circle of hell that I'm in and I'm experiencing. I did this to myself. Once you can get to a point where you take that responsibility, and there's no more victimhood and, oh, this victim and this. It's like, no, I did this to myself. You did that to yourself. And we're here. We're here in this world where people are graping turkeys and chickens in the slaughterhouse right before they're killed. That energy, that's what you have to be conscious of, that to understand, so that when the cravings come, there'll be more of a foundation, more of a something there to get you to use the tools that you know that you can use to not fall back. Because if you start craving, if you've been off of meat for a period of time and you have a day where some old stuff is circulating and you start craving meat, you know that what you can do is go do a very potent lemon juice and distilled water enema. And 9 times out of 10, that's going to flush whatever those cravings were, whatever that residue was that came back to the surface, is going to flush that out. But that's where you can insert control. Or like what I did, about 6 months into practicing the diet, I had started craving meat. And that's why I say it took me 6 months to totally get off of meat, but I was really mostly off of it in 2 months. But there was 5 months I had something, or had a relapse. I had a couple relapses, but when I finally stopped it totally and never went back to it, I did a fast, and I combined that fast with watching slaughterhouse video. And I watched the same video over and over again for a couple hours. Was that the Meet Your Meat video? You can probably find it. I think it was like an old PETA thing they made in the 90s. And I downloaded it through a BitTorrent because that was before YouTube existed. But I was fasting. And that's the first time that type of empathy for animals really occurred to me. Because prior to that, I would have been on the psychopath spectrum with everybody else, but it probably been a little worse, because I had the type of attitude. If I hadn't got this information, I would have become one of those people, like hunter people, those guys that kind of Joe Rogan mentality of where it's like we hunt and we're gonna the bow and arrow and my rifle and I kill the animal and I would have been that. That was the path I was on. It took cleaning myself out with the Mucusless Diet Healing System to develop that level of empathy. And it was really in what I'm talking about, this 6 months where I forced myself to sit there and watch these slaughterhouse videos in the middle of a long, it was like a longer fast for me at that time. I was new to practicing a diet, but I was getting in these 10-day fasts and 15-day kind of little periods of fasting. And I just was watching that and just started just bawling and just crying just for and it was all that pain that it clicked. And all of a sudden I realized what I had done. And all that the pain and suffering that I inflicted on innocent beings, it wasn't just the theory. It wasn't some kind of moral stance at all. It was all about my physiological karma and the kind of suffering that I know that I would have to go through on this path to make things right, to right what once went wrong. So that was the realization that I had in that period. And because I know I've always combined certain emotional release techniques with my practice in Mucusless Diet Healing System from the beginning. I was able to literally, in that, by leveraging the fasting, using this modern technology that we have of being able to visualize and see to really see, because that's another thing that's good about this time period is if you seek, you can see. We can see images. You couldn't do that 200, 300 years ago, not like this, where you can see these images. And so I was able to leverage all of those things, the technology, modern technology, fasting technology, transitional methodology, emotional release. I put all of that together and I was able to remove years, perhaps decades worth of physiological karmic debt, repressed emotions, depressions and anxieties. I was able to rid myself of years worth of that obstruction in a relatively short period of time. But I'd worked so it's kind of like getting out gallons of mucus all in a short period of time. It was the same thing with the emotions, and I never went back to meat after that. So that's my story. Everybody has their own story of that. The key is ensuring that however you get off of the dead animal flesh, it's permanent. So because I transitioned the way that I transitioned gradually and by the book, because I didn't have any other influences. There was no other anything else trying to get my attention. There was no 80-10-10 or raw food philosophy or I didn't get exposed to any of that until years later. I was 100% Mucusless Diet Healing System. This is it. This is the book. This is what we're doing. And, I get feedback from people that I know that's doing it and introduce me to it, but that's it. And so, but that was important. There's an important realization and period that really gave me perspective on why this work we're doing is so important. Why the physiological change for most people is going to have to come first before the ethical change. And this is where I have disagreements with some vegan activists, because they will put all the emphasis on an ethical argument and trying to expose people to images like this and stuff, which I'm for that. I'm a fan of somebody at a protest be outside of a meat packing plant with pictures of the guy raping graping the turkey as a protest, and go and make the CEO really uncomfortable. And I'm down for all of it, but understand that the outcome that you want has to be, you have to have realistic outcome of what is that. You're not going to convince a whole bunch of people of ethics with that. They first need to transform their diet and their physiology. Then you show them that stuff. Let them transform a little bit. Let them get clean himself up a little bit, and then you hit them with this kind of stuff, and they're like, "Man, I'm never going back." And I'll have people even watch these type of videos when I'm showing this stuff, and they'll be far enough along in the transition where just us talking about this has that effect, where it's like, yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. Thanks, Spira, for making me think about this, even I didn't want to. But now that you did, you add that fuel to the fire of again, one, it's always about understanding the abnormality of this reality that you found yourself in. understand that you didn't write this, but you took actions that led you here, that led you into this situation, into this servitude of being a part of the pain and the suffering in this planet. And what you're doing when you choose this path, the Mucusless Diet Healing System, it's really like deciding I'm going with a different program. I'm going to create a new program. You know, it's like I thank you. You know, national broadcast company, thank you for all of the programming, but I'm doing something else now. But that's real courage. That's real revolutionary fervor. You know, it's not just revolutionary being loud, and that's fine. You know, we like to do some of that sometimes or have in the past, but that's not real. That's not the real thing. Yeah, that's not the real revolution. Is going to be what you do in your bathroom when nobody knows, or people are trying to tell you to not do something. But that's the real revolution. That's the real work that has to be done. But for me, there's nothing else, because once you see this, like, you can't go back and rationalize this, where it's like oh, you know, well, you know, there's so many cats, and it's like, oh, well, you don't like cats, and fine, well, we can do dogs. Maybe you don't like cats. Maybe you're a dog person. What are they doing to dogs? Now what I notice immediately is they've sanitized the dog better than the cat. Interestingly, you have to go down here to see some dog torture. But that's the kind of stuff you want to observe when you're doing this kind of research. Why are they sanitizing certain things and not others? But you have to have enough wherewithal to know that something's being sanitized. Brave New World. Read that book. Huxley. If you have, listen to the audiobook, read it. One of my favorite of all of the dystopian books. That's my favorite. Because that mimics my reality the most. I relate to that one. If I lived somewhere else, maybe I'd relate more to 1984. If I was a woman, maybe I would like, the Handmaid's Tale, but Brave New World, that's it to me. That's like a documentary. It's more documentary than novel to me, if you really read that. But if you've never read it, I encourage you, go check it out. You go, if nothing else, listen to the audiobook while you're out doing your run and your walk and your exercise or whatever, but really go through it and think about what's in there. And think about what they're talking, because they lay out a whole reality, and look at how the parts of it that mirror our current reality so well. The disregard for the elderly, and this keeping yourself occupied, where depending on your station in life, again, that you've been handed in Brave New World, you're born into a caste system, and you are essentially taught to love your servitude. You love your station in life. Even if you're at the lower tier, they teach you how to love being in the lower class. You can mirror all that, mirrors back today. And that's the whole purpose. I don't know what they're doing in schools anymore if they still teach this stuff. But that's just, if you deal with literature, that's what you're supposed to be getting out of it. It's like these lessons, this stuff is embedded in there. There's some forms of information that is better that you can get through that medium better than just a lecture or a talk. It's like, no, go read that book. Like, yeah, we can talk about it, but if you really go through and read the book and contemplate the themes and the stuff that's in there, you'll be like, oh, I see what you're saying. Years ago, you go back to it's like probably 14-year-old video or something on this channel. I did the part of the book where one of the protagonist he's trying to tell people to stop getting high, that they're being controlled and manipulated by soma, which in the book is basically this drug that they hand out. Modern day equivalents would be coffees and Valiums, and there's all kinds of equivalents that you could find for different people, different circumstances, but it's like legalized drugs, and everybody takes that. They don't question it. And so you had this outsider that came in. It's like, wait a minute, you're taking these drugs, and it keeps you dumb and manipulatable. And it's like, stop it, stop taking these drugs. And then of course they turn on him and they're about to kill him. But that's the same part of Plato's cave, where he would say, if you get out of the cave, you go back in, then the people, if you try to help other people leave the cave, if you don't do it the right way, they won't try to kill you, they will kill you. So you got to be careful with this stuff. That's why there's a reason why they'll take a video like this and they'll take it down. Like, well, I'm not on here cussing. There's no nudity on here. It's like, oh, well, it's like, what's the reason? I'm showing real things. Like, this isn't AI. You know what I mean? It's like, this is, I know we're so inundated with fake stuff. See, some of these, the dog ones are less the experimentation, and some of this is actual, like, helping the dog. So where they've sanitized a lot of the. You could even compare, because I know I've done this same search in past years on this address, and you could compare the images that came up then to the images that are coming up now. This is so sanitized, which aggravates me, because one pet peeve of mine is censorship and this type of sanitization to try to hide. It's like, let's hide stuff over here. For them, the best place to hide anything is in a library. It's like, yeah, just throw it. They'll only burn something as a last resort. If too many people are waking up too much, they'll try to burn something. Or that was like the old model. Now they try to, they would try to ban VPNs or ban access to certain information. And of course, there certain countries do that. And that's what I'm saying. Certain countries are more 1984 than Brave New World. But anyway, I like the dystopian novels. We got work to do. What's going on, Rachel? How you doing? Oh, thank you, Jeanette. JC, that Spira, he really thinks outside the box. Yeah. Yeah, that's where we're at. Thanks. Because I hope you all had a very happy ThanksKilling. Are we already at 4 hours? No, we still got 10 minutes. Usually I don't like to go too much over. It's like at least get the 4 hour mark. And so this is 3 hours, 50 minutes for today. So we'll start to wrap up. But yeah, I definitely appreciate everybody being here. Again, one more time, call to action. Join the Mucus-free Life membership before the price goes up. We're going to be making some changes. There's going to be some exciting things coming down the pike very shortly, but you want to be in now because you will be rewarded for getting in now instead of putting it off and waiting till later. Go down below, click the link, and join us in the Mucus-free Life membership. And in the membership, we have our own private platform. So Facebook is not stealing your data. We can talk about what we want, because on Facebook you can't talk, because that's like the one of the things people often do. It's like, oh, Facebook, we'll have a Facebook group. You can't talk about anything there. That there's so much stuff you got to really censor yourself. We don't got to censor ourselves on our platform. That's ours, and you get access to that. There's a number of different courses and the menu. People's always asking about my menu books and that kind of stuff. That's in the membership. We have better than books. We have a bunch of unreleased food prep videos and recipes, and we're working on more stuff. But all of that's in the membership. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Just click the link. You can read through all the different things that's inside there. Q&A calls with me. We got accountability calls. There's a number of different things in this. And we tried to create a program that is just the preeminent program for health in the world. Like this is where you go if you want that physiological liberation, the body, mind, and spirit uplift. Then this is where you want to be at. Mucus-free Life membership. And two, and I didn't get a chance to announce yet. I'm going to be one of the featured artists in residence. I call it artists in residence for this year's or next year's Woodstock Fruit Festival. And that's been, it's like kind of a long time coming. There was a couple years where I almost did it, and then I did, so this is the year 2026. And so let me bring up the Woodstock, and in the chat I actually have let's see, if you do when you're checking out, if you want to go and join us, and when you at the checkout, if you do Prof Spira in the coupon code, then you will get $100 off, and that will be great. Woodstock code. I'm pretty sure that's the code. Let me bring up the link, and you can check this out. And I'll do another video where I talk more about all of the different things that I'm going to do, because every day and that's why I call it artists in residence, because you're not just a speaker where you speak once and that's it. Every day you're doing workshops and lectures and group activities and group exercise stuff, there's all kinds of stuff like that. And so, so this is going to be exciting. And Jeanette, she's one of the organizers, and we're looking forward to being on a panel I'm proposing a panel for me, Jeanette, and Eli. We'll have a little conversation about this pesky B12, and just all line them all up: B12, salt, protein, just all the misconceptions. We'll just line them all up and destroy them. But yeah, no, this is going to be fun. And so I'm encouraging as many people from the mucus-free community to come hang out and join us. This location is real camp. It's different years. I know have had different, it's like some years have been at different locations where there's cabins and different stuff. This year, I think there's still options like that, but it's really kind of bring your tent, or if you have an RV or a camper van like me, it's camper van friendly, RV friendly, that kind of stuff. And so so I'm excited. I'm rolling this, and this might be the first time where I really spend some time in California, because I'm gonna drive out there, camper van. So I plan on kind of checking it out. I've been to Sacramento and hung out a little bit in California, but haven't really just checked out the whole state where I just go. So as long as sometimes the laws out there, I don't know what's going on. So as long as they still let people drive and you're allowed to enter the state. Somebody was saying there's like a checkpoint, like you're going into a new country in some places. And if you have fruit, they make you get rid of your fruit and stuff. And I'm like, what's going on with that? But we'll see. I will want to see for myself what's going on out there. So I look forward to that. But yeah, that's in that second week of August, the 9th through the 16th of August, Woodstock Fruit Festival. A couple weeks before that will be whatever version of Eric Day celebration we do this year. And we'll be in talks to start planning for that in the weeks to come. So there's a lot going on. Like I mentioned, we're working on Transition Diet 101 course, and you can expect to see more rumblings of that in the next couple months. And there's a real big private project that's going on way behind the scenes that very, very few people know about. And that's something it'll be a little bit longer before you hear about that one. That'll be some months, sometime next year, you would hear about that. But which is something that will help you and help a lot of people. So it's something that, I'm excited to do it. But we're going through that process. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes right now. And, I appreciate everybody's support, all the love. Anytime you're able to like a post or share a post or share something and tag me in his Instagram story or a Facebook post or anything like that, I appreciate all of that, because once upon a time, as I always say, as the story goes, there was once a time when nobody cared about what we were talking about. And I basically had conversations with myself on Facebook where, in this year, we're talking, 2009, 2000, but you go back far enough, and I'm literally having conversations with myself because there's nobody to talk to. There's nobody cares about, just nobody knows about it yet. Nobody cares, but that is the humble beginnings that we come from. And you go further than that, you get Brother Air, and you further than that, you get Vic, and the whole legacy, which we've talked about a bunch of other videos, and we will continue to talk about. But that the legacy to get to where we are now, where there's people that take this seriously. There's a number of people that have the courage to do it and then give testimony. That's another thing. You go back far enough. There was a story I heard about where, and I never seen it. I never been able to find it, but Vic had told me about a news broadcast that was maybe in the early 90s or the 80s or something, but they had knocked on some people's door to interview them, and they were asking them, were people that had allegedly were practicing the Mucusless diet, and they like knocked on the door and they started asking them questions about like what. So I think that they were in California or something, and they're asking them questions about their lifestyle and what, and they just kind of shut the door. It's like no comment, shut the door, because they don't want that smoke, that intensity, that blowback, especially in the 80s, that you get for if you're going to be kind of open with this lifestyle. But now part of what I've hoped and tried to do is to make it so it is more comfortable. Like, yeah, it's not mainstream, it's countercultural. You know, we're never going to be mainstream, but we can be countercultural and on a large scale. But with that comes more people respecting what we're doing, understanding it, whether they do it or not. I mean, that was always the thing for me, is if you get people to respect it, whether they do it or not, then that at least takes some of that kind of pressure or those negative vibes that people throw your way, where they're just like, it's like, oh, that's cool. It's like, all right, there's certain list of things that we always hear that you could add to, like, oh, I could never stop eating cheese, and I don't think I could ever give up my meat, but I'm glad you're doing it, and good job. You know, if it works for you, you know, it's like there's all these little cliches, but sooner or later, lots of times, those are the same people that, again, once they get sick, all of a sudden we get a call or we get an email. It's like, hey, you remember? Yeah, it's like, yeah, I remember. You're the guy that was saying if it works for you. Now you have questions about what we're doing because you're sick. You don't feel good. And it is what it is. You know, I don't give people a hard time about any of that. You know, there's no, I told you so type of energy. It's always, because I know that's how it is. It's always going to be that way for a long time. You know, there's gonna be a long time where that's the dynamic. So you plant the seeds and you let people. When I say being open about the lifestyle, it's like I'm not hiding it, but I'm also not pushing it in people's face. If you see me in person and we have a conversation, I might not even bring the diet up unless it naturally comes up in a conversation, or usually somebody would just start asking me about it. But I also don't hold it back or filter it. If it's a natural thing for me to bring it up in the conversation, then I bring it up. But I also know what that does in terms of the dialectic, where what the kind of things that people are going to start asking and the kind of road that goes down. But the one thing that we didn't do today. So now that we are officially in Black Friday territory, let's see if this has been the Black Friday trampling videos, if they still exist. Yeah, they're still here. What's this one? Yeah, these were. And this is something that happens less today, where I think less people are getting trampled and killed on Black Friday, because there's so many more people that are. Oh, you're not seeing my video. This is happening less because years ago they actually had a Black Friday counter that would count the number of people that had been killed during the Black Friday festivities. And they don't have that much anymore. Yeah, but that was just a thing. Every year there's a number of people, and that should just never happen. That is the mark of pus and mucus based reality. You should never have a reality where people are getting killed trying to buy a flat screen TV at 50% off. It's like you're sick. You're in a sick reality and a sick society when that has become something that's acceptable and something that's been normalized. behavior. You know, and for some people, this is like a sporting event to them, where they want to be a part of that chaos. They want to get in here and they want to get in here and just be running and this was the one where a person was trampled to death. It's like fighting over a TV. Like, what are you talking about, man? This is Babylon, the Tower of Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, whatever, whichever story you want to get into, but we're in that. You know, we're in that reality. People fighting over material possessions, like people with no power, with no real political power. But this is what I'm talking about. This is happy slavery. This is what I'm saying. This is slavery. People think they have autonomy. They think they have agency. But you're living somebody else's script out. Somebody else wrote this. This is a story somebody wrote. All of this from the design of the stores and the designs of the parking lot, all of it has been designed for this to be able to happen. Because the investors at the top of the chain of this, they could care less if a few people get trampled. They love this. They're getting paid. Most people aren't investors. They're not at the that's get me talking the whole finance kind of entrepreneur discussions, but there's workers, business owners, investors, and whatever your political stance is on the phenomenon of all those things, it is what it is. And I'd rather not be a part of any of it. And that's what we try to do, is we just take ourselves out of this whole thing, man. That's where where I always talk about where we have to create our own realities, our own industries, our own. It's like, no, you can't do it overnight. And yes, you have to transition, and you use infrastructures and things that's already there to get off of it. But you have to have that intention and that vision to create your own thing. At least that's me. I know that's what I was sent here to do, or to put out here. But that's my mentality, is I'm not trying to change here. I'm not trying to change this. I'm trying to wake up enough people that want to build something that's not this. Let's build something better than this. We ain't changing this. Just let this can rot. This is only going to last for a certain period of time. This is reality's almost over. But what we're charged with is building something better. And if we're not educated and we're not conscious, we'll build the same thing again. That's the lesson we're supposed to learn from the many civilizations that have risen and fallen. A lot of people in the news now they're taking an interest in the fall of Rome. The fall of England. You can go to the Greeks. You can go to anybody. Egypt. You can study all that stuff, and you can make those parallels and see how that is happening today. We're in the latter part of, and get to have a front row seat to observe the fall of Western society. Yay. But my whole thing is, well, you could sit there and watch it, worry about it, try to change it, or get the heck out of the way. I'm in that part, the latter one. Just get out of the way. Like, I don't need to try to. I'm not signing any, any like, things to. We got to end trampling at the. It's like, no, I'm just going to get out of the way of that. I'm not going to go there. You're not going to see me at midnight, or whenever these different places open. I'm not going to do that. And like I said, a lot of this has died down. I think. I don't know if places are getting these type of numbers anymore because of online, which maybe saves a few lives here and there, but who knows? I mean, this stuff you get. It's like, okay, you save some lives, some people that don't get trampled because it's all online now, but then the health. The negative health effects of everything being online, to where now you don't even have to get up and walk into Target or Walmart to get something. Now you can press a button and it's just, tomorrow it's on your front door. That's cool if you're still getting your 4 or 5 miles in a day walking, and you go into the gym, or it's like, if you're doing that, then fine. We use technology to make things that we don't have to do easier. But most people aren't. They're not thinking like that. And so it's just, you get into the Wall-E type of reality, where it's just people that are plugged into their phone, plugged into a screen, on a wheelchair sort of situation. Like, the whole populace ends up being like that. And that's the direction we're going in. But anyway, that's the Black Friday. Had to tip the hat to this just madness, just absolute madness. That's just absolute madness. But the thing is, when you are eating pus and mucus forming foods, that's fun. That's fun to you. It's like, man, getting it, this is your American Gladiator type of moment. This is your moment to get in here and you do a little little elbow into somebody's ribs and step on someone's foot, push somebody. It's like, I know that mentality. Because far enough back I was that mentality. I know what's going on over here, and it's not just trying to get a good deal. It's the chaos of it, and really enjoying the chaos. What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to persuade you to not like chaos anymore. I'm saying persuade you to work on cleaning yourself up. And as you clean yourself up, you're no longer going to enjoy that kind of chaos. That's not going to be fun for you anymore. That requires stimulant. That requires meat, dairy, coffee, weed, alcohol, like whatever. It was whatever stuff. You're not going to want to be a part of any of that. Like that. This is the mascot of Black Friday right here. This woman. Woohoo! Yeah, you know what I mean. This is just. And another reason I show this kind of stuff is these are the people that criticize us for how we live. The same people that criticize you for, you better get your B12, you better get your protein. It's like, huh? Like, this is your reality? I mean, I'm not telling you how to live. So you certainly don't need to have any input on what I'm doing when this is the level of your consciousness, and this is where your stimulant is leading you into fighting. I mean, this is a grown man and a grown woman fighting over a box of technology that whatever is in that box probably isn't even being used anymore now. Thing was bought and probably has been thrown away already. Yet it was so important that it was important enough to lay hands on somebody else for a piece of something that you have that's not even your property yet, that you haven't bought yet you'll lay your hands on somebody. Come on now, that's what we're saying. Is you got the matrix, the pus and mucus matrix right here. This is seeing through it, seeing through the buffoonery. Did say we have eating disorders? She's she's the mascot. She put a picture of her right up there. So I think we hit all of the greatest hits as we do, but with different, hitting, always try to hit things each year from a little different angle. But usually at some point we touch on the ThanksKilling Native American Christopher Columbus tradition, and we've spent long periods of time in past episodes on that, so that wasn't today. But we touched on it and touched on the Black Friday, the wholesome ThanksKilling gathering with the family, and the sickness of that, the Macy's Day charade. Macy's Day charade. Okay. We hit it. We've hit all of them. So Santa, Satan with it, the Saint Anelius. There's a whole other lecture. I'd seen folks really break down the history of some of these different mythological characters that eat children and all this stuff, and how that became Santa. It's morbid, man. I mean, this is reality. You start dissecting this stuff and going down these rabbit holes. It helps you when you're questioning yourself, when people are trying to make you feel like what you're doing is weird. Then it's good to have that ammunition where it's like, wait a minute, it's like your whole reality is based on, it's not only mythology, but mythology that was stolen from other people, from myths that go further back, from peoples and civilizations from further back. And again, we won't get started. I'll be on here talking a whole other hour. It's just like, that's a whole other rabbit hole. You start going down where all our ancient texts come from, and what about the equinox and the stars, and we don't get in. We don't need to go down that, because we've already sufficiently defeated the pus and mucus mafia just with what we have here. Because we don't even need to get into all that. But the history of these different religious traditions and holidays, all this stuff, it's always something dark when you really start looking into it and be like, man, this is pretty dark. And but I'm thankful to be on this side. I'm not celebrating that stuff. I'm not contributing any energy into the blood sacrifices anymore. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, that alone, that's a big step. You're no longer participating in the blood sacrifice. That's a good step. That's a step out of the mire of suffering, pain and suffering. And so, yeah. Celebration of constipation. Yep. That is it. Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, thank you all. And I thank everybody for tuning in This has been fun. This is our tradition. This this has been I think this is a good solid tradition now. We've been doing this for a number of years, and I think it's important. It's important to know that you're not alone. You're not crazy for wanting to eat in a way that doesn't harm other beings, that makes you feel better, makes you healthier. It's like that's all. Those are all good things, but you can be in this world where people close to you, loved ones, significant others, can try to make you feel as if you're doing something wrong by doing actually what you're supposed to be doing, being in alignment with Mother Nature. And so for me, like I said, this is the most important work that we can do. There's a lot of transformation that has to take place. And at this point, we want to just take that step. We get out of the way, and a lot of this chaos is going to happen, but we can just step right out of the way, watch it, learn from it. And when we build, because we'll be the ones left standing to build a new human civilization and reality. And when that happens, then we'll be sufficiently educated, have enough wisdom to be able to do so and not replicate what's come before, not replicate the things that lead to the blood sacrifice culture and the death culture, just death culture generally. So thank you all so much. Definitely enjoyed this. Been a lot of fun. And yeah, man, how many years is this? 23 years. 23 years on this path. Had a lot of I come to these moments and I always kind of look back and observe, contemplate. I'm a big believer in the art of contemplation, and there's just so much to be thankful for. I'm thankful for the work that's left to be done, that I'm able to do the work that we need to do. I'm thankful for that. Where a lot of people, people want to be thankful for I don't have to work. It's like, no, I'm thankful to be able to be in a position to do this work, because you do have to construct your life in such a way where this is the priority. Because there's a lot of people, and I'll talk with people and work with people, and they'll have all this other stuff as priorities, and then they'll want to try to add the diet to all this other stuff. And I always say, when this really works at the highest level, you got to put your health and well-being at the center, and you build everything else around that. And so that is my words of my parting words of wisdom to you is you gotta put your diet, you really, really value it, and there's no negotiations. Some people think they can negotiate, where they can be like, oh, well, what if this, or okay, if I go to this wedding, what if I do that? It was like, there's no negotiation. What Yoda say, you either do or don't. There is no try. And so you got to get to that space of that kind of hardcore attitude when it comes to this path. And like I said, that's why we tried to build the communities, put all this content out there to make that part easier. But still, at the end of the day, it's you versus you. You have to take that step. You have to be the one to say no. You have to be the one to go read the books, do the research, and educate yourself. Get as much wisdom as you can and apply it. Applied wisdom. I'm a big believer in applied wisdom. Some people just want to study wisdom and that's it. I'm like, no, apply it. Study it and apply it. And generate more. Can always be generating wisdom, and then keep applying it. So yeah, everybody, well, thank you for another great episode here of the Professor Spira's ThanksKilling address. And I will talk to you all very soon. Peace, love, and breath.
Somewhere in the past, the timeline skewed into this tangent.
Welcome to Pus and Mucus Purgatory, y'all.
We are mucus free. We are mucus free. We are mucus free. We are mucus free.